It's odd that after the war the Nazi race, the history books they tell of their defeat in 45. They all came out of the woodwork on the day the Nazi died. They say the prisoner of Spandau was a symbol of defeat. Whilst Hess remained in prison, then the fascists they would beat. So the promise of an Aryan world would never materialize. So why did they all come out of the woodwork on the day the Nazi died? The world is riddled with maggots, the maggots are getting fat. They're making a tasty meal of all the bosses and bureaucrats. They're taking over the boardrooms and they're fat and full of pride. And they all came out of the woodwork on the day the Nazi died. So if you meet with these historians, I'll tell you what to say. Tell them that the Nazis never really went away. They're out there burning houses down and peddling racist lies. And we'll never rest again until every Nazi dies.
Woke up one morning and there were soldiers. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Woke up one morning and there were soldiers. The invasion had begun. Lend me your shoulder, we'll stand together. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Lend me your shoulder, we'll stand together. But I feel my time has come, and if I die here for the resistance, oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. And if I die here for the resistance, you must lay me in my grave among the flowers upon the mountain. Oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Among the flowers upon the mountain, let me rest among the brave. Someday the people will pick the flowers. Oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Someday the people will pick the flowers, and they will remember my name. This is the flower of the resistance. Oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. This is the flower of the resistance, and those who died for liberty. This is the flower of the resistance. Oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. This is the flower of the resistance, and those who died for liberty. This is the flower of our resistance, and those who died for liberty.
Come all of you good workers, good news to you I'll tell of how the good old Union has come in here to dwell.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
My daddy was a miner and I'm a miner's son, and I'll stick with the Union till every battle's won.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
They say in Harlan County there are no neutrals there. You'll either be a Union man or a thug for J.H. Blair.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Oh, workers, can you stand it? Oh, tell me how you can. Will you be a lousy scab or will you be a man?
Which side are you on? Which side are you
Don't scab for the bosses, don't listen to their lies. Us poor folks haven't got a chance unless we organize.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on? Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
I was born in the Dublin street where the boy runs to be, and the lovely English people walked all over us, and every single night when...
Hello there, hello everyone. Hello. It's fucking midnight. It's gone midnight. It's a new day. But it all feels old. It's a good life. That's what I'm told. As the great poets of Good Charlotte once put it many years ago. No one cares. They were shite, really, anyway. Your fucking dad. Anyway, yeah. Honestly, this stream could be very, 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 very long. That's certainly the plan. But anyway, firstly, we've got a couple of hours of No Justice MTG and I watching Question Time and going, this is bad, Britain's bad, isn't it? And then cricket. Now, chat, if you thought that my watching football and describing it to you on stream was bad, imagine that, but much, much slower and dragged out over 8 hours. Settle in. Fucking crikey. We are in for a stream of genuinely Pikerian length. And I'm not just talking about his massive cock either. No. This is going to go crazy. I hope my computer doesn't melt. That's the hope anyway. We shall see. What have I done there?
The return of the sausages.
Scotland 4 Denmark 2. Scotland 4 Denmark 2. We actually won a semi-important match. Can you believe it?
2 quick points. Firstly, thank you for the bitty bit Sozzle Snake, and secondly, semi-important. Nothing about this was semi. This was fully erect. And I mean quite literally, Scott McTominay's goal, I think actually was the most homoerotic thing that's ever happened. Genuinely butt stuff levels of like bromance going down there, I think. Absolutely spectacular work. Did you see Birmingham City's new stadium? I did, and I hope that I've just got the date wrong and that it's April the 1st. Because that stadium that they're planning to build is, how do I put this nicely? Fucking horrible. Like, disgusting. Like, it's got fake chimneys as the pylons for the floodlights or something. It's fucking... Like, it's the kind of stadium an American would design. And that's the problem, because the owners are American. If they build that thing, they will not come. I can assure you. They have to redesign that very significantly. That's fucking awful. Are the chimneys for the rats? No, alas not. You know, there are other things in Birmingham apart from rats. Not many, but there are. Can someone inform No Justice of the MTGs that I've sent her the link on the Discord, not Discord, on the the X.com, the Everything app. Thank you, Duck Authority, for 5 stream streak, even though you'll hear every night. So it doesn't make any fucking sense, that streak thing. Absolute lot of bollocks. Anyway, hopefully at some point, No Justice will join us and we can dance the light fandango or some shit. I don't fucking know. What is she watching? She's doing something else. Something other than the thing that I was doing. Anyway, don't forget you can give me money. I really am not sure that this stream will warrant that. Like, in terms of the potential longevity, that's possible. But realistically speaking, the quality of this is going to be dreadful. Cricket is an acquired taste. Watching someone else watch cricket is the most acquired taste of all, I think. That or semen. One of the two. Anyway. The best sport. I'm not sure about the best sport, but it's certainly very good. Where are we? Oh, hang on. Do we have a...
Yo. Sorry, I didn't see that you'd messaged because Twitter is still shitting.
It is. Well, it's the Everything app. By which means everything is dreadful. You know?
Everything. So very true. Very true.
Stop it. Get some help.
Only the Kev could have a stream delayed by 2 hours, not travel anywhere, and still turn up late.
I very much enjoyed my my excellent privatised rail service today.
Yeah, no, excellent stuff. How many hours did it take you to get the 300? Well, not even 300 miles, is it, from London to Nottingham?
I mean, I was supposed to get in at 9:45. I ended up getting there just after 10:30, which is miserable.
I mean, even if you'd been on time, that's a dreadful service, and phenomenally expensive as well, which is nice.
I mean, that is true. It is phenomenally expensive. Luckily, I get it reimbursed by Novara for the travel, which is nice.
Nice. Oh, fuck it. Then.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
But yeah, being very late to my own stream is not ideal.
No. Although what's also not ideal is this image, because my chat they want to start flame wars. I think they want drama. And that is a thing that they've created there. If you don't get the reference there, cool. You don't need to. It's fine. Don't even look into it. And definitely don't tell Vosh that that's a thing that someone in my chat created and that I thought was quite funny.
I think you'd think he'd have a thick enough skin.
Have you seen any of his content? Are you joking?
Touche.
This is a man who fell out with Mexi, who's like the nicest person on earth, I think.
True.
Like, come on now. Anyway, the man could start drama in an empty room, and also thick stack goblins, horse cock. Something. Anyway,
the joke's all there. Someone else makes something out of it.
Exactly. Yeah. Look, I'm going to be streaming in fucking 10 hours from now, probably. So like, just fucking deal with it, chat. I am pacing myself very, very lightly. I'm like doing the speed walking, but just at normal pace. That race. Anyway, yes. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Bunky Boy, for resubscribing with Prime. Thank you, Fosmos, for gifting a sub. We're on a hype train, which I presume is in honour of the Ashes starting in a couple of hours.
True. The death of English cricket.
Very possibly. And thank you, Ruth Guthrie, for
off to bed. Don't haunt my dreams, Jeremy Beadle.
Gifting a sub and a membership on YouTube. Sorry, I had a noise then. Thank you, James Holmes, for being a cunt and saying off to bed. Don't haunt my dreams, Jeremy Beadle. Because that's a new thing my chat are doing now, is calling me Jeremy Beadle. So don't react to the bullying, chat. If you react, they will continue. Anyway, we've got to try and get through some fucking thingamajig before cricket happens. So
We do. Also, thank you, Politico Teacher, for the Prime sub, and thank you, Triple P, for the 31 months of Tier 1 subscription. That is, get help.
yeah,
Seriously.
no, you could have spent that money on therapy instead.
In all seriousness, thank you very much for the continued
No, that's
support, both of you. Much appreciated.
Indeed, much love to you. If you, if I get to the next level of the hype train, I will finger my own sleep schedule because it is fucking dead.
Yeah, it's
Like,
not. It's not.
yeah, because I'll be honest with you, I'm not feeling sprightly now, and I am planning to be going in, like I say, 10 hours. Anyway, Loughborough, politics, awful people. Let's go.
Tonight, Question Time has come to Loughborough.
Appropriate, given that's where the National Cricket Academy is.
And also, why my train got held up today.
It's the huge crowds welcoming in the Question Time audience, obviously.
A market town in Leicestershire, most famous for its university and sporting graduates, including Sir Clive Woodward, Sebastian Coe, Paula Radcliffe and Monty Panesar. Our audience members arriving here
Panessa. Let's be culturally sensitive, yeah?
this evening, as every week, reflect the general political picture across the nation. And amongst the things they want to ask about, the revelations from today's COVID report and the government's planned changes to asylum rules. Welcome to Question Time.
Oh, wow, we never talk about immigration, though. We never talk about immigration.
Never. It's never happened once. No.
From Loughborough. On the panel for the government, the Care Minister, Stephen Kinnock. He's previously been a Labour...
Massive cunt!
Yeah, pretty big dickheads.
Yeah. Didn't he say that the Labour Party not getting annihilated in 2017 was the worst day of his life?
He did. There's a very great video of him, like, watching the exit polls, everyone around him celebrating. He's there, just very stony-faced.
I mean, I would say your dad's turning in his grave, but A, he was a right-wing wanker, and B, he's not dead. But, apart from that...
The spokesman on defence and immigration. Before politics, he worked for the British Council and was once forced out of Russia. Making his Question Time debut, Joe Robertson, Conservative MP for Isle of Wight East.
I'm sorry, how many people has this person eaten? Look at him. He's fucking... This is like Hannibal Lecter, like the origin story or something. What the back when he had hair. What the fuck?
Who entered Parliament last year and sits on the Commons Health and Social Care Committee.
Health!
Another new face tonight and a rising star for the Liberal Democrats, Josh Babarinde. Before entering politics, he set up...
Did you see? He not only did he get engaged, he got gay engaged.
Engaged?
Ha ha ha! Funny.
Cracked It, a mobile phone repair service staffed by former young offenders, which won a series of awards. Ella Whelan is a journalist, cultural commentator and author of What Women Want,
And
Fun,
Cunt.
Freedom and an End to Feminism.
Oh, well, I didn't know who the fuck that was, but the last two words of that title tell me everything I need to know. And this is the comedian. So this is our token bit of leftist fluff for the evening.
It's someone who is employed within nowhere in the realm of politics.
Cool. So it can be ignored by the powers that be.
Zoe Lyons is a comedian and TV presenter who survived Celebrity SAS Who Dares Wins and Celebrity Mastermind. So after that, an hour of Question Time should be a doddle. Good evening. Welcome to our panel. Welcome to our audience here in Loughborough. Very good to see you. And welcome to you at home.
Pause.
Enjoy the programme. Joining us.
Pause. Very important, very, very important question from Miss Hire. School checks.
Yeah.
Not done school checks. So Joe Robertson, the Tory MP, grew up on the Isle of Wight and was educated at a Ryde School, a private boarding and day school. Going to UCL.
Ironic that it would be called Ryde, because given it was a boys' school, I'm sure they got rode a lot.
Very, very true. Josh Babarinde, the Lib Dem, He studied at East Sussex College, which is just a normal college, and then did LSE, okay, that's normal.
Oh my god!
Reasonably normal.
So he's normal. He does awesome work with like youth offending people and blah blah blah. And he's a massive puff. Is there anything not awesome about this man? Oh, he's a Liberal Democrat.
He's a Liberal Democrat.
Right. So there's always one thing, isn't there? You know.
I've never school checked Stephen Kinnock before. Comprehensive school and then Cambridge, obviously.
I'd have been surprised if he went to private school. In all honesty, like his dad would have been Labour Party leader when he was a kid, right? So like in theory, like there's no way he'd have been sending him to a private school. That's just for Diane Abbott to do. Oh, burn, bitch!
And Ella Whelan is so much of a non-entity, she doesn't have a Wikipedia page.
That's amazing. She doesn't have a Wikipedia page. I'm close to getting a Wikipedia page, I think. And I'm literally nobody.
So the left can't have like an actual political figure on this panel,
no.
Right? We get a comedian instead, and yet the right wing get a cultural commentator, i.e., hack, who's so unknown, who's such a fucking non-entity that she doesn't even have a Wikipedia page.
Embarrassing.
It's a fucking disgrace.
Social media, just sit back and watch whatever takes your fancy. Right, let's start with our first question, which is from Roger Haycock.
Will new immigration rule?
What the fuck is this? I'm not even going to say who is this. What is it? What am I looking at? Did he come from the Neander Valley as well, or what?
It's just walked out of he's walked out of a casting called Steptoe and Son.
Yeah, or he's like one of the back end of the the evolution of man. As it starts to, he's like in the middle there, you know.
Small boats.
So we've heard a lot about this week. Some of the headlines of that: refugee status to become temporary. You have to leave if your country.
Completely talked over the question, by the way. Basically, how should we shit on migrants? Discuss.
Origin is deemed safe. These are all plans at the moment, not actually laws. Indefinite leave to remain to be accessible for refugees after 20 years, not the current 5. Refugees won't automatically have the right to bring family members. There's a whole list of...
And thankfully it's being sold to us by a brown face, so therefore it can't be racism.
Remember, is that the Tories were in government for 14 years. For like at least a third of that, they massively increased the salience of migration as a policy platform, or being anti-migration as a policy platform. And they did none of these things.
Yeah. Mad. Absolutely mad shit. And of course, Shabana Mahmood, the Home Secretary, will lose her seat at the next election. That's absolutely guaranteed. Literally put your fucking house on it now. That's how guaranteed it is. So she will set up fascism, further ensconcing the already racist policies, set the platform for Nigel Farage to come in and build upon that, and then disappear into consultancy work and earning a fortune.
Yep, whilst, of course, at the same time, our current Justice Minister might be removing access to jury trials.
Brilliant! What?
A Justice Minister, by the way, who originally first got her training as a judicial clerk by the Supreme Court of Israel.
That's... okay, I didn't even know... sorry, you make a very good point, but someone's informed me of something here. I don't have a Wikipedia page, but I do have an IMDb page.
Incredible scenes. Including persuading Kevin Logan to join UKIP.
That, bizarrely, well, with the World Cup upcoming, I was watching Sweden play somebody in the 2018 World Cup, whilst having a discussion with Sargon, where he was like, "I'm joining UKIP," and then UKIP imploded. It's very funny. Anyway, but apparently I have an IMDb page. So basically, I'm a fucking superstar. You know, me and Johnny Depp have both got IMDb pages. I
mean, literally, I've not got my own IMDb IMDb page.
Loser! How goes?
But if you search for me, I'm part of a thing. When I was on a podcast for Australia, they put me at. I'm in the name, so you can search me.
Someone put like, you know, co-host of actual IMDb page. You know, come on, Jack, make it happen. Look, not everyone's built to have their own IMDb page.
True.
It's a very exclusive group of people.
Of new changes. The government's talking about it being a
that doesn't make any sense. How have I got one, but you're literally quite well known now? Like, you're legitimately on, like, you know, Navarra and stuff. That's
I guess you actually have to have stuff uploaded that includes you, but...
Yeah.
Mission? Some Labour MPs have called it cruel and dystopian. Stephen, where do you stand on that spectrum?
Well, I stand very clearly with what our Home Secretary has said, which is if you want to build a cohesive and well-integrated society, you have to control your borders. What she talked about, I think, with great passion and conviction, both in the chamber and on the media, is that you see this journey that people go on from resentment of a system that's not working, of people being in asylum hotels, of the draw on public services for people who may or may not then have their asylum claim granted. That resentment can develop into anger, and that anger can develop into hatred. So the driving force of what we are doing to fix the small boats crisis that was left to us by the previous government is...
It's even been called the small boats crisis. How pathetic is our country, really?
An entire country, like, put to its fucking knees politically by some fucking boats.
Unbelievable. Pathetic.
Is about building a society that is well integrated, that is cohesive, and where that anger and resentment is dealt with. Now, we have...
Yeah, you're definitely dealing with that rather than feeding into it. Yeah, bravo. That's why, you know, Reform and Tommy Robinson cheered you on this week as you did the racism that they want you to do. You stupid cunts. I think I described it as, you're not making the Labour Party better, you're just making racism worse.
Have to do that in a way that deals with both the push factors and the pull factors. And what a lot of the announcements that we've had this week are about those pull factors. It is about recognising that asylum claims across Europe are going down, and yet they've been going up in the UK. So there is clearly something that is attracting people to get
Dublin Protocol
and make those
Dublin Protocol.
You could mention it, Steve, if you wanted to, mate.
Dangerous journeys, and that is what we are dealing with in ensuring that we bring fairness and control to the system. Once you have that fairness and control, you can deal with those forces of division who just want to exploit grievances, the likes of Nigel Farage, who never come with any serious plans or solutions. They simply want to exploit the grievances. And the final point I would make on this, Fiona, is let's not forget that it was people like Farage and Boris Johnson who said, vote for Brexit, we'll take back control. And precisely the opposite has happened. We have lost control of our borders since Brexit. The small boats issue didn't exist when we were in the European Union and in the Dublin Convention.
The small boats. I know it might seem petty, chat, but I really want you to just grasp hold of how pathetic a subject this is. Like, immigration itself is an issue. The small boats thing is just such a canard. It's such bollocks.
It really is. It really is. And what's funny is he's talking about the Dublin Protocol now, and I'm like, so then you admit that it's nothing to do with our soft touch. It's to do with the legislative arrangement post-Brexit that's meant that we have different outcomes from Europe. But weird how he's very happy to weaponize European changes in policy because of to try and demonize migration, demonize asylum seeking. But he's very happy to weaponize the fact that that is an issue of legislation or an issue of convention when he wants to attack Farage and Johnson.
Indeed, they do rather want to have their cake and eat it. Again, to Shabana Mahmood, firstly, you can never placate these people because they would want you kicked out as well. As soon as you're done kicking everyone else out, they will kick you out as well. Be under no illusions. They don't want you here in the slightest. And secondly, I'm trying to find the clip, and I can't. I'm sure I bookmarked it, but
Well, I mean, there's loads of people that you can see going, "Thank you, Shabana Mahmood," but you're still getting deported. Like,
yeah. There was this. She posted out there. Like, if they were serious about taking on the far right, why are they describing all people in asylum hotels as illegal migrants? That's from her account. This is what she posted. We're removing half the number of people. We will close every asylum hotel, moving illegal migrants to military bases.
yeah, when people who are seeking asylum are definitionally not illegal.
Yeah. So you're not taking on the far right. You're being the far right.
Yep.
So I'm not playing this nonsense. Yeah, it's not an issue. It's not.
Convention, and it was the loss of that ability
People
to
were
deal
coming
with
on
those
lorries.
returns.
Let's not forget that.
Well, but the small boats issue specifically.
Yeah, but the small boats. Yeah, but the lorries and the planes, like the small boats are nothing.
Focused on this issue, which I think is just so divisive and so visible in terms of the challenges that we face. The lorries issue has always been there, although, of course, the previous Labour government, David Blunkett and Nicolas Sarkozy, did the deal on that, which reduced it dramatically. All of that stuff about take back...
David Blunkett, another racist prick. Brilliant. Honestly, have there been any good Labour Labour Home Secretaries in, let's say, the 21st century?
No.
Control of our borders. Legal immigration through the roof since we left the European Union, and the small boats crisis existing in a world that didn't exist when we were in the Dublin Convention. So I think it's about dealing with the mess that we have inherited and building that integrated and cohesive society. But to do that, you must first take control of your borders.
Will these rules, or will these plans anyway, stop the boats, Joe?
I would like them to. I think there is a consensus that illegal migration needs to be...
I don't know why they put this creature up. Not only does he look like he collects people's feet or something, he's also like... he's already said one sentence, and yet he said nothing, and said it in the most boring way imaginable.
Yeah, good point from Jordan. Like, asylum seekers getting rejected from the EU now just gets to fucking redo it in the UK, and then we try and send them back to France, and they come back again, you know? Like, yeah, well it's great. Really good common asylum policy that we could have had, and now we do not have.
Stopped. It needs to be stopped as quickly as possible. I think the Home Secretary has been brought in. Let's not forget, she wasn't the Home Secretary at the beginning of this Parliament. She's been brought in to deal with this. And I think the government has finally realised this is a lot more challenging than they thought it was in opposition.
But do you support these plans? Do you think they will stop the small boats?
I support any plans, and in fact, Conservatives will back the government where plans are put in place to reduce small boat crossings.
Well
Love
done.
it. Great.
Excellent.
I'm glad to hear that if there was a backbench rebellion from the Labour benches, it will not matter because they'll be able to pass it with Tory votes.
But, you know, we stopped the Tories. We got the Tories out, everyone.
Hashtag GTTO. Ooh.
Who are the real Tory enablers? I wonder.
I just want to ask a certain headwear enjoying individual whether or not that this is the most progressive parliament in years or not. Would I like an answer to that conundrum?
Yes. I've got the bowler hat. Let's fuck. Shit. I haven't worn the bowler hat with the new headphones. There you go. Boom. It's not an issue. It's not.
And reduce illegal migration. I do have some concerns about some of the things that haven't been said. So there is a cohort of people who come here, apply for asylum, and their asylum applications are rejected. About half of those who apply are rejected, but they can't be returned home to their country of origin. So 3 of the top 4.
Which is mental, because if it's so dangerous, why weren't they given asylum?
Yeah, it's a real kind of conundrum, isn't it? I mean, it is funny that Shabana Mahmood's plan for this is just to give them money and tell them to fuck off, which I think is quite funny.
It literally is. Here's $20, fuck off. Yeah, amazing. We've got a meme government.
Countries of origin, Afghanistan, Iran, and Eritrea, they can't be returned home. The Home Secretary still doesn't have...
Luckily, if they come from Afghanistan, they have a 99% approval rating, and that's not me like making up a big number for lulz. That's literally the asylum acceptance rate for Afghan asylum seekers.
Well, because it turns out the government that we're basically just fine with taking over Afghanistan. Quite bad, quite dangerous. Not, in fact, the brave fighters that a certain 80s movie may have led you to believe.
Plan for what to do. In the House of Commons on Monday, she said she's exploring return hubs with third-party countries.
Return hubs?
She wouldn't say who, and she wouldn't...
So basically, Rwanda 2 Electric Boogaloo.
I mean, to be fair, the difference would be there is that the Rwanda scheme was... The big problem with the Rwanda scheme is that it was for it was for everybody. It didn't matter whether you were a legitimate asylum seeker or not. You got sent to Rwanda. Like, people who legitimately should be claiming asylum got fucking dumped in Kigali, right? A third country return where you send them there, just if they failed their asylum claim, is different because then they're just economic chances, right? They don't really have any right to stay in the country of their choice if they're not a successful asylum seeker. The difference, of course, is you'd have to choose a country that isn't trying to go to war with the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Maybe that's a bad idea. Maybe sending literally anybody to Rwanda when they might fucking break out with war with Eastern Congo is probably not ideal.
True, but the same government were also saying that Libya was a safe country to send people to. So,
I mean, they literally took people, fucking they got like jihadis and trained them up to go fight for the British military in Libya, and then they came back to do terrorist attacks.
Yay. When has that ever happened? Someone training, fighters for political convenience reasons, only for them to then bite back in the end.
Or sell them weapons like they did in Afghanistan. Wow, oh, the brave fighters of the Mujahideen. Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, outside for 6 months of Tier 1. Much appreciated.
Say whether a deal could be done or when it could be done.
So what
and
do
I
you-
challenged
what
her,
would
and
you
I said,
suggest?
I said to her, there is a third country who will do a deal on return hubs. It's called Rwanda. And we were having that conversation with Rwanda. Do you know what? It's the one country she has ruled out talking to, having a return hub with, is Rwanda.
Well, they are kind of doing some war and genocide type activities.
Yeah, like funding paramilitary organisations that are engaging in massacres in Eastern Congo to the point at which they might end up going to war. Yeah, bad thing. And even then, like, what you're missing out there is there's a difference between returning somebody if they've had their asylum claim failed and what the Tory plan, which was sending literally every asylum seeker to Rwanda. Apart from it wouldn't be everyone, it'd be like fucking 200.
Yeah.
And it's the one country we know are open to doing that. So she needs to be able to spell out what she's going to do. And I would just say to Stephen on this idea that it's all small boats, the biggest country of origin for those who apply for asylum is Pakistan. Over 10,000 people from Pakistan applied for asylum last year. Just over 100 came in small boats. The vast majority came via other routes.
So maybe we can stop talking about fucking small boats then.
Well, yeah, they're literally, in the vast majority of cases, people who apply for asylum from Pakistan do so having had regular visas that have then expired, and at the end of their visa term, they've claimed asylum. And I am perfectly happy to say I think that the vast majority of those cases are also just chances, right? Their acceptance rate incredibly low, and they're just trying to not go back. There are obviously, the thing is that people talk about this, and they say, well, there can't be a legitimate reason for fleeing persecution from Pakistan. I'm like, yeah, there is.
There absolutely
First of all,
is. Yeah.
First of all, like, it's not a particularly good country if you're, I don't know, a homosexual, for example. And second of all, there is quite literally genocidal acts being committed by the Pakistani state in Balochistan. If you're like if you remember the Baloch people, you are an enemy of the state in some cases. Yeah, absolutely, they should be granted asylum. You know, but no,
go on, sorry.
But you'd think if they were legitimate asylum seekers, they would have not just like waited for a visa to come here and then go, oh, claim asylum. They would have, you know,
Yeah, it doesn't
probably via small boats.
doesn't start the process well, shall we say? Yes. Can you turn the volume of our dreadful political class up, please, Kev? I don't think I can. I think it's at maximum. Yes, it's at maximum. So, no. Is the answer to you there?
You could apply gain on OBS maybe to the
True, but then it'll use
desktop audio.
Yeah, but then your voice will just be louder.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Hang on. Well, what I'll do is I'll turn your voice up to so it's just clipping into the red, and then hopefully the desktop volume of that will be just into the yellow, and that'll just have to fucking do. What do you want for fuck all? Shut up. Give me money. What?
We're here already, and she does need to be honest with the British people, because I think, frankly, and I understand it, the British people have had enough of being told short gimmick policies on immigration. So I wish the Home Secretary well, but she's got to do more than one.
Imagine saying, "Oh, people are tired of like short gimmick policies on migration, like the Rwanda plan, which was literally a gimmick policy that was going to send like fucking 200 migrants and end up sending 4."
Not 400, 4. As in, like, you could have just sent them in a taxi.
Literally.
What she's announced.
They get James May to take them out in a Cessna.
Yeah, you know what? You know what? Let's make TV shows out of it. Why not? They do one of those like Top Gear challenges.
Who would?
Yeah, they have to take 3 different forms of transport and transport 1 migrant to Kigali from London.
And you see them make friends along the way.
Exactly. They get into scrapes and all kinds of hazardous things. Will they make the journey? Who knows? Who's going to win? Wait and see.
Jeremy Clarkson's got assassinated by the RSF while he travelled.
But don't worry, the plucky migrant's going to carry on with his corpse anyway. It's fine.
literally.
He will get to Kigali alive or dead.
Man here in the front.
This seems to me to be aping reforms policies. You're doing
a
shallow copy of them. The ECHR alterations are unacceptable. All we need to do is enforce the laws we've got. These things are there. We shouldn't be doing in this state in the first place. It's because we don't enforce what we've got, and everything else is really just trying to look like reform so that people in that place are attracted to vote for Labour, and that's...
And they're not. They're obliterating their own voter base in order to chase people who will never vote for them. I've said it a million times, but it bears repeating.
Yeah,
Not
absolutely.
Really you being yourselves or doing what you believe in, I believe. I think it's a wrong-footed thing to do, and I think it'll end badly.
Man here in a tie.
Are words like invasion and swarm the right kind of language we political leaders should be using in engaging in a debate about this?
No. And those are not words I think that the Home Secretary used.
No, these are words that...
No, she's just, dancing around that issue. But basically she's saying the same thing. It's like the people who are like, well, technically the phrase Island of Strangers isn't technically in the Rivers of Blood speech. Well, neither is the phrase Rivers of Blood, as it happens. Doesn't stop it, though, does it?
Quite.
On the right, that's what they're using.
Okay.
And is that helpful for us to engage in a debate?
No. Josh?
The short answer to that question is no. It is appalling, it is immoral, and it is un-British to be using divisive rhetoric to describe some of the people who are among the most vulnerable.
Okay, you know what? You were right in the first half. It is disgusting and bad and awful. It's not un-British.
It's incredibly British, I think you'll find.
Casual racism, along with casual violence, is, our national pastime, really.
Vulnerable people in the world, people who are fleeing famine.
Actually, that's the Ashes we should do. Who's more racist?
True.
I'm saying with 2 very strong teams going on there.
I know, but David Warner's retired, and he's the fucking master of that.
True.
#1 ranked racist in the cricket world.
Abuses, and that cannot go on. And
Michael Vaughan's got to be the England coach, though, hasn't he? Come on.
and Jeff Boycott and Michael Vaughan opening.
Every politician, in fact, everybody on this panel has a responsibility to put forward their arguments with dignity.
Yes, Rivers of Blood is a misquote. Yes, I know. That's literally the point I was making. Yeah.
And with compassion. That is the British thing to do, and not what we're seeing from the likes of Nigel Farage.
And what
not
about,
what we're
what
seeing
about
from
from
the
the government, James?
Well, I think that the government are increasingly aping the likes of Reform,
Yep.
using some really spiky rhetoric to describe this issue. Now, don't get me wrong. It's so true that thanks to the Conservatives' way that they managed our immigration system, people have lost confidence in the way that it works, and there needs...
You spent time in government with him. Not you personally. I don't think he was in Parliament, but the Lib Dems have every... Like, whenever the Tories have done something, the Lib Dems were in fucking cahoots with them. Like, get wrecked.
Yeah, it's every time, you know who say 9 years of Conservative government. Was it 9? Was it just 9? Was it?
Action to restore that confidence. I think that the government have missed a trick to think outside the box here. We've heard lots of language around how people seeking asylum should make a contribution. Well, for me, one of the greatest forms of contribution someone can make to our country is by getting a job and paying tax. But this government is saying, no, we're not going to give people seeking asylum the right to work, despite the fact that Denmark, who they model these changes on, do give people seeking asylum the right to work after 6 months. And in that way, folks could pay their way rather than have to rely on the state to fund the hotels and whatever else it might.
True, but, like, all I'm going to say is, in a week where Denmark got absolutely wrecked by Scotland, why are we copying Denmark?
And the Social Democrats got fucking wrecked by the Left Greens.
Just saying. I mean, the Danish defence is poor on every front, really.
They're catching elves everywhere.
True.
That is a smart, compassionate way of being able to tackle this issue without diving in to the rhetoric that is dividing our communities and is profoundly against every value that this country has fought hard for.
And do you think that would encourage more people to...
I mean, to be fair, we didn't fight very hard for it. It was mostly other people fighting for it, and then we kind of just signed up for things that they agreed with. Again, it's worth pointing out that the only country in the world that had a blanket acceptance of Jewish refugees during the Holocaust was the Dominican Republic.
True. Very much so. Again, it's worth pointing out that literally Anne Frank was on a boat that was set to take flight. Jesus Christ, a boat, you prick. To take to sea to go to America, and it was turned back because the Americans refused them preemptively asylum. And of course, she and her family would go on to be murdered.
I mean, one of the reasons a number of parties don't suggest that is they want a deterrent in place. Do you not think that, or do you think that might encourage more people to come, if they've had to come here and work?
The evidence does not support the idea that giving people the right to work is a pull factor. If you look at some research done by the University of Warwick, they reviewed 30 different studies into this very issue. And what they found is that...
Interestingly, the University of Warwick, not in Warwick.
No, it's in Coventry.
It's in Coventry, because, like, obviously. Why not?
There's no long-term correlation between destination choice, where someone would choose to seek asylum, and labour market access, whether they have the right to work. That is the evidence, and that's why the government should consider giving them the right to work.
Surely, as a country, we're missing a trick as well. If we have all of these people who are coming over, seeking asylum, many of them coming from countries where there have been doctors, nurses, engineers, scientists, and we're sticking them away and not allowing them to integrate in any way, shape or form, you know, checks considered, that we are missing a trick on all of that talent that is also coming here. And it's clearly this topic is such a hot button, a political hot button, but in all of that rhetoric, the human side of it gets lost. And there are so many human beings.
Yeah, but like, it's like that bit in the Simpsons movie where Apu goes up to Mr. Burns and goes, doesn't matter what these people say, all you need to do is look into your heart and I know you'll make the right choice. And Smithers is behind Mr. Burns going, no, don't try and appeal to his emotions, no, nuh-uh.
Yeah.
And then he releases the hounds, which I feel is like how the British public would react to that.
The British public are very release the hounds, yes. Quite literally to sniff rubber on boats. Because rubber sniffing dogs.
the dingy rubber sniffing hounds.
Just trying to better themselves and better their lives. And of course, there are people coming here illegally who do not have a right to asylum, and they should be sent back. But the people that do have a right, and who are predominantly from Afghanistan, a country where we use so many interpreters, they helped us during the combating the Taliban.
Well, not just that, but like we bombed the shit out of them, destroyed their country, and just handed it back to the Taliban. Maybe
we gave the weapons to the Taliban in the fucking first place.
Maybe, chat. We owe the people of Afghanistan a significant whoopsie, our fault type.
Literally.
Like if we can do it for Ukraine and fucking Hong Kong, surely Afghanistan. We have fucked Afghanistan over big time.
Like literally, I mean, we fucked over so badly, right? So the person who we gave the most weapons to is called Gulbuddin Hekmatyar, who was part of a Mujahideen cell in Afghanistan during the civil war. We invited him to number 10. Like he literally met Margaret Thatcher in number 10. This Islamist cleric, right?
And presumably this was some sort of singularity of evil meeting evil, creating super evil.
Well, literally, I mean, this guy was so radical, such a giant Islamist, such a brutal person, so uncompromising, right? That when the communist government fell in Afghanistan, the PDPA, there was a meeting in Peshawar in Pakistan. It was a Peshawar Accord that was signed with a bunch of the Mujahideen leaders about some kind of governing coalition to take over to replace the other government. And Gulbuddin Hekmatyar refused to sign it because he thought that his brigades of Mujahideen would be able to beat all the other ones to get sole governing power, which is why the civil war lasted for 5 years longer than it needed to, right? Do you know that there was one Islamist cleric in the area who was desperately trying to convince Gulbuddin Hekmatyar to be reasonable and to agree to a peace and to create a unity government. Can you guess which Islamist cleric I'm talking about, chat?
OBL.
Yes, it was fuck it.
So enthusiastic in my chanting, I pulled the fucking cord out on the thing. Chat. I now can't hear no justice. Hello? No, my... Oh, there we go. Hang on. Whoop. Hello? Helena? Hang on. One second, everybody. Hello. Oh god, I'm having to do this in the fucking dark. That's no good. There we go. Sorry, chap. And sorry to Helena for yet more technical problems. Hello. Nope. She's dropped out.
We should be utilising their skills and integrating. And the problem that we've got to now is that we've got to them and us. And that is why there is the divide and the flag waving that you see. There's the them and...
Oh, there we go. Helena, come back. Right.
Hello, Kevin.
I was so enthusiastic in my chanting for Osama bin Laden that I pulled the jack out of the thing and my audio went completely fucking mental for a second.
Brilliant. You'll have to see it. We'll have to see it. Just can reconfirm for chat who was missing this. Osama bin Laden was so radical. We were giving weapons to a cleric in Afghanistan who was so radical that he was too radical for Osama bin Laden.
It's a fucking disgrace.
Mental.
Also, Solly says, I'm playing with my cards. I'm actually playing with a tube of lip gloss. It's what I'm actually doing. I know if you look at me kind of fiddling around with my hands, it's usually cards, but no, I'm fucking around with lip gloss.
I sort of quite nice to hear when you're shuffling your cards. I'm like, yeah, no, she's in a good place. Okay.
I'm in a good place. It's good.
Yeah.
During the combating
Anyway,
the Taliban, we should be utilising their skills and.
Oh, which I need to share with you because I've just been playing that for the last 10 seconds, not realising that you couldn't fucking hear it. I'm such a brilliant host.
Of course, there are people coming here illegally who do not have a right to asylum, and they should be sent back. But the people that do have a right, and who are predominantly from Afghanistan, a country where we use so many interpreters, they helped us during the combating the Taliban. We should be utilising their skills and integrating. And the problem that we've got to now is that we've got to them and us, and that is why there is the divide.
Also, can we look at them as human beings rather than just like tools to be manipulated for our advantage?
Economic units.
Like, I don't care if the person's a doctor. I care that they're not being slaughtered by the Taliban.
Yeah, that's the thing, you know?
Like, I don't see that a doctor being killed by the Taliban is worse than, I don't know, a mechanic or a fucking, I don't know, an unemployed person, whatever.
Yeah.
And the flag waving that you see, there's the them and us. And unfortunately, we stick them in places where people are already struggling and are impoverished, or there's deprivation. And then that fuels the rhetoric of,
So just anywhere outside of London, then?
Basically. I mean, it's funny that you don't see a migrant hotel in Kensington, do you?
You don't, no.
In Chelsea, maybe?
No. You know what?
What about?
I've heard that there's a certain Saxe-Coburg Gotha who's got a very, very nice big house in central London with lots of spare rooms in them that could be used.
The House of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha.
Look at them, they're in hotels, they're getting everything paid for, blah, 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 blah. Of course, then there's madness and there's hatred that comes out of that. It's not been cleverly managed. It's not been done properly.
All right, Ella, I'm going to come to you. I'm just going to hear a little bit more from our audience first. Yes, man there with the glasses and the pinkish shirt, yeah. Yes, there's a microphone above you.
Sorry. I just wanted to ask, because a lot of the rhetoric surrounding this, the reasoning for this, rather, seems to be that this is a policy designed to tackle divisive rhetoric employed by people like Farage. And that's fair enough, but I don't quite understand how this is an effective way to tackle Farage as how it's been framed, because surely, as has been stated, Farage is using this as a divisive issue. Surely he'll just move on to another issue after it, and then all you've essentially done is eroded the rights of refugees and benefited nobody else. In fact, weakened your own position.
All right, let's hear from the two men in the front. Yes, a bit further forward. Yes, man in the glasses.
Yeah. Do you think the UK government should now leave the ECHR and revert more back to the Dublin Convention? Because when we were running on those guidelines in 2018...
You know we were in both, right? We didn't leave one to join the... What? Oh.
What the fuck?
The ignorance of the British public. This is why I couldn't run for office. Because I'd hear someone say some dumb shit like that to me on the doorstep, and I'd be like, you're a fucking moron. Why am I even trying to win your vote? You're a dickhead.
I believe there were only around about 600 people across the channel. And in 2019, that jumped up over 1,800, and now we're at 37,000 plus this year already. We had
True, but he jumped in 2019 because they all heard that Jeremy Corbyn was going to win.
Yeah, there was the Corbyn pull factor.
Literally, they thought, well, he's going to establish the caliphate. Let's get over there, lads.
Islamo-communism.
Why do we not revert back to those guidelines?
Let me hear from the next one.
So as much as I like Shabana Mahmood's plan, I think that it's brave, but I also think it's...
I wasn't expecting that voice.
I mean, it's a really weird combination of Shabana Mahmood fan with a pedo moustache, but also sounds like a 5-year-old.
Yeah, it is a conflicting image.
It's naive. So learning lessons from Denmark, a population with like more than 10 times lesser of that of the UK's, I think it's really, really naive. But I also welcome her plan. I think if it works, I will vote Labour.
Oh, I think it's phenomenally naive, but I do support it. Brilliant. You are a special, special human being. Thank you.
In the next election. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but yeah.
Because what, you didn't vote Labour before?
No, well, I couldn't vote, but
Oh, right. Okay.
I couldn't
Yeah,
vote.
right.
But I think that it is a real issue, and I don't think that people should put a blanket over it. It's a real issue.
Is there anyone else in the audience who supports what Shabana Mahmood had to say this week? Yes, man there with the glasses.
Like 3 people.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think government has finally woken up and listened to public opinion. You know, the Conservatives tried. They use what I thought.
They want to kick you out too. Be under no illusions, friend. The people this is aimed at want you gone as well.
They do.
Was a good deterrent in terms of Rwanda, but that was pushed aside. You know, and I work in the NHS. You know, and I've seen record immigration put huge pressure on the NHS. Many of my patients can't get to see a GP face to face. I've got older patients waiting 3 years for operations. A&E departments full because they're full up with all the.
What if the population just increased because of birth rates? Would you complain about too many people fucking?
Yeah. Also, you know, when they inevitably kick all of the brown people out, the NHS collapses overnight, right?
Yeah,
because
exactly.
there are like 4 white people that work in the NHS, so like we're fucked basically, and like 2 of them are going to Australia next year or something, you know.
Wrong patients, and this is really because our population has exploded in numbers, really because of failure of successive governments to control. You know, I'm a son of an immigrant, you know, and I believe in.
I don't care. Your background. I'm the son of an immigrant, and I think you're a cunt who's selling people out. Okay.
And even then, like, even if all of this is about like public services, I'm like, you realize the NHS will be fucked if we go into recession, right? Like, imagine what's going to happen to NHS provision and people's access to a dentist or a GP if our economy is in recession and we are not able to have the necessary capacity to support the NHS. I think that'd be a lot worse than just there are more people here.
Yeah, and it just strikes me like I'm the son of an immigrant. Does that mean I get to be taken more seriously on this topic now, or is it just as a shield to do some racism?
Well, no, identity politics is fine as long as you use it for right-wing ends.
Oh, okay. No, I'm fucked then. Okay.
In controlled immigration, but I think it just went out of control, and now, you know, Shabana's finally woken up, and hopefully.
Oh, Shabana, on first name terms, are we?
You know, and I think we should leave the ECHR because I think we're going to get lots and lots of legal rulings which are going to fight.
No, we wouldn't want to have to follow human rights. That'd be terrible.
I imagine the messy legal system getting in the way of us engaging in draconian policy. Again, like just somebody who thinks it won't be turned upon them. And when the mass deportation vans turn up to his house, he will have to suffer the consequences.
Look, you know what? The Nazis were very clever in not signing up to human rights legislation because they would have gotten in the way of their plans very significantly. Just saying.
Shabana's policies. So, you know, I've got my doubts, really.
Okay, let me just remind people, ECHR, of course, a European Convention on Human Rights. And let me come to you. So the question is, legal migration, which you're talking about as well, so obviously dwarfs illegal migration. But the question is, will what the government has proposed this week stop the small boats?
Probably not, because of what the gentleman up there just said, which is that I think that Shabana Mahmood has done something quite important, which is finally given a parliamentary voice to discussions that people have been having in the country for...
Oh, yeah, it's never been discussed in Parliament before.
Yeah, we never talk about immigration.
Never.
a very long time and taking this issue seriously.
Literally,
but
it's just
you
the Blair government wanted to send asylum seekers to Tanzania.
Yep.
David Blunkett did a whole ass song and dance with the Sun newspaper about reforms to the asylum system. We never stop talking about this shit. We just keep talking about it over and over and over again. There's just no voice until now. It's just been hostile environment. Oh dear.
Have to have the stomach to crack the whip on the problems in the civil service, problem with lawyers, problems with judges, indeed problem with the ECHR, which is going to thwart any attempt domestically to deal with this.
So do you agree with the man in the front that we should leave the ECHR?
Yeah, I don't think it would be the sort of magic bullet for solving everything, but I think in the same way...
Oh, so we need to do more evil shit as well, of course.
And again, just like all the lawyers and the human rights getting in the way. And I'm like, yes, of course you think that, Ms. First World White Lady. Yeah, of course you think that the justice system would never be weaponized against you, or would never get in, or the justice system wouldn't get in the way of the state engaging in draconian policy against you, because you're the in group, you're the good person. Then that framework will never break down. The West will always be in supremacy, and you'll never be at risk of draconian policy.
That leaving the European Union was not just important, it was vital, because it was a challenge to British politicians to be...
Really? Because we've seen the number of migrants balloon since we left the European Union.
Dublin Protocol.
How's your Brexit working out for you lads? Do you feel swindled?
Totally accountable for controlling borders. I mean, you couldn't have a discussion about us controlling our borders without Brexit. So it's kind of ludicrous, Stephen.
What? This is so stupid. See, that's why they every time they get someone from Spiked on, they just spout the dumbest shit you've ever heard in your life.
Yeah, no, we didn't talk about this before Brexit. Yeah.
We could have a proper conversation about asylum if we were inside the European Union. We had all of the tools to deal with asylum in the European Union because of the Dublin arrangement.
Yep.
For you to make out like Brexit is a barrier to this discussion. It's been the facilitator for this discussion in many ways. But I just, it's interesting the way in which we frame these things.
Pause.
Gentleman in the front here.
I mean, she's not wrong. It has been a facilitator of this discussion, i.e. it has facilitated the crisis that's given us this discussion. Like, they're calling it small boats crisis. I'm like, yeah, well, we're only having this discussion because we're not in the Dublin Convention anymore. It's like saying, well, if we'd not gotten rid of all our epidemiologists, we wouldn't be having this COVID discussion right now. And I'm like, yes, well pointed out, right? The fact that we have scientists who know about epidemiology means we're having a discussion about coronavirus rather than letting it kill everybody.
Here said, is it right to use nasty words like invasion and swarm? No. I don't think it's also either, right to talk about the asylum seekers as all being the most vulnerable. It's more complex than that. We know it's more complex than that. It's neither sort of, the idea of, people using words like hordes of enemies, all these horrible words, and neither is it all sort of crying women and children fleeing war. There's complexities and problems here. So stop the kind of like lazy characterization.
That's the whole point of having an asylum processing. If they're not fleeing war or persecution, then they will not have their whatever third country arrangement the government are doing. So the idea that someone, that's not all of it, well, everyone knows this. That's not the point. Like, what she's implying there is that every Tom, Dick and Harry who turns up with a sub-story, the government is just believing and allowing them to stay here. No, that's never been the case. They have to have a valid asylum claim. It just so happens that when there's conflicts in Sudan, when there's conflicts in Afghanistan and Eritrea, and there are draconian governments in Iran and Iraq, people will flee. It's really not difficult to understand this, and then their asylum claims get accepted. And it's mostly men for two reasons. First of all, they're the ones that are strong enough to make the journey to get here in the first place. And then when they have that claim accepted, they bring their family who are less strong to get here. And second of all, men can also be victims of persecution. But then again, this is the woman who said she wanted an end to feminism. So accepting that men can be vulnerable, accepting that men do have emotions, accepting that men can, in plenty of cases, be victims of draconian and authoritarian regimes is antithetical to her fucking blinkered worldview when men equals big, strong, women equals pathetic and weak.
Yeah. Oh, we've got a school update on this bitch. Dame
Excellent.
Alice Owens? I've never even heard of that. is she went to a place called Dame Alice Owens School, which is an 11 to 18 co-educational, partly selective secondary school and sixth form with academy status.
Oh, it's also it's a grammar school of some description then, if it's partially selective.
The Wikipedia, it was founded in Islington as a boys' school in 1613. The school is one of the highest. It says academy. I can't really fucking say. Two independent schools. What? This is fucking weird. This is very strange.
Ah, fuck it, can't be asked. Let's just say it's something like that. It's not like a private school or boarding school.
No.
And actually, I think what most people want is not, most people's concern isn't that the UK is full of people on the brink of far-right extremism and Shabana Mahmood is coming to sort of civilise us all and make us all nice again. The issue of immigration is a much more fundamental question for people about, do we have control of our country, of what happens here, of who comes here, of our laws, our borders, all the rest of it. But also, are we involved in the discussion? Because up until, this is why I think Mahmood really needs to be praised, even though I think the detail of her plans are, you can pick them apart, is that for years and years and years now, any discussion of immigration has been shut down as far
No,
right.
it's
and
not.
That is
not.
just the case.
It's
Anybody
not the
who
case.
raised the issue of
As again, we had the Tanzania plan under Blair, we had the hostile environment under Cameron, we had the whole fucking Brexit debate for the entirety of that period, where all everybody talked about was migration, when clearly the more important part of the EU arrangement was economic policy anyway, which completely got missed out of the discussion. And then ever since the small boats started arriving from 2019 onwards, that's all we've discussed. Like, we have had 25 years of constant migration discussion. And the issue, of course, is that whilst there has been people talk about it normally, incessantly, but at the very least normally, there has been a very large far-right element. First it was the BNP, and then it was UKIP, and now it's Reform UK.
Yeah, absolutely.
Immigration has been called a racist or dismissed as some kind of Farageite. And I'm very glad that we're having the conversation now to be able to say, what immigration system do we want? Do we want it to be liberal? Do we want it to be strict? But this has been the first time, this is actually the first bit, I would say, of proper Brexity legislation that says, right, we are in charge, we can make these decisions, what kind of immigration system do we want? So I want it to work. I want her sort of straight talking, telling people to sod off in the Commons and all the rest of it to have some material impact. But unless Labour pushes through with the guts to actually make it work, it's only just going to be talk. It's just going to be talk. Woman Nicholas.
Well done. That's the kind of gobshite you're trying to win over, Labour. Well done. Well done. You should be very proud of yourselves. By which I mean deeply ashamed.
I agree with a lot of what you're saying, but I do think that I just wanted to return to the point about the rhetoric and the use of that, the weaponising of that rhetoric around immigration by the far right, because I do feel that in community sense, it has polarised people's viewpoints. And certainly educating young people in our community today, I would have said that they are, as a group, almost self-regulating and have a lot of very strong opinions. But this has really kind of polarised those issues. And I feel it's had a real dent on the kind of like the way that we feel about our community.
All right, let me hear one more point. I'll come back to you, Steve. I know you want to respond to some of this. Yes, woman there.
When we talk about illegal immigration, when Labour came into leadership, one of the strap lines that Keir used a lot was that he was going to smash the gangs. That seems to have disappeared. Where's the conversation about that? And where is the accountability? Because it feels like Labour's plans are now basically a reaction to make sure that they still have the respect and power, because when you look at the polls, they're not going to win the next election.
True.
Stephen. Not exactly a vote of confidence there, I think it's fair to say. I mean, there's a number of things that come out here. One is it actually going to stop the small boats? And you're clearly do you think that's kind of vanished as an issue? And then a number of points equally about asylum seekers giving them jobs so they can contribute, which is not government policy. Why isn't it?
The risk if you do that is it becomes even more of a pull factor. So it's currently 12 months. I know the Liberal Democrats think it should be reduced to 6 months, but our view is if we do that, it becomes too much of a pull factor. But we think a 12-month waiting period is that works. But what we really need to do is speed up processing, and we've dramatically increased the speed of processing. Of course, under the Tories, they froze processing altogether, which is one of the reasons why we have so many people stuck in asylum hotels. But I did just want to address this point that a few people made about this idea that we're somehow aping reform. Nothing could be further from the truth. There is nothing Labour or progressive about
you.
I mean, just like, let's just... Yeah, how can they say, oh, not aping reform? We're just copying all their policies and getting the plaudits from them and Tommy Robinson, you know, like...
Yeah, no, very, very normal, very, very honest from Connect there.
Allowing gangsters to run a people smuggling trade that is trading in human misery. So that is a fundamentally Labour value to stop that from happening. The other point is that we're somehow doing this as a political manoeuvre to occupy the political space that reform is in. Again, nothing could be further from the truth. This is a moral imperative. This has to be done, and we're doing it because we believe that it is the right...
You are a liar. You're a fucking liar.
You are a liar.
Yep.
Right thing to do. And on the point about whether we're aping reform, there is a Reform MP, Sarah Pochin, who has gone out on the media and said that she thinks there's too many black and brown people in our adverts. Has Nigel Farage condemned her comments? Absolutely not. Whereas Keir Starmer,
wow, we're not as bad as the worst example, so therefore we're nothing like them. Brilliant, brilliant, very, very.
Yeah. And whilst we have the same policies, have you considered that we hide our...
Yeah, have you considered better vibes?
All that out for what it is, which is racism. So let's be absolutely clear. There are the forces of darkness and division at the gates. And I think we're genuinely in a battle for the soul of our nation. And if we don't get this right, we will let those forces in. So I think the stakes couldn't be higher, and that is why what we have announced by a Labour government.
Could I just...
Very briefly,
Can I just ask, Stephen, I mean, a number of your MPs haven't sounded very supportive. Andy Burnham was supposed to be here tonight. He was put out on the BBC's Twitter feed. He isn't here, you are, and he's already been critical of your immigration policy. I see it's already being reported in the paper.
LOL. Do you reckon Lewis would actually step down? If Burnham wanted to run? Oh, for fuck's sake, my audio is dreadful tonight.
What are you going to do about your own backbenchers who are unsupportive of where your Home Secretary is going? Because you might have to get this through Parliament. You might need us to help you.
Oh, how embarrassing. But the Tories would have to back you up in this. Pathetic. You still there? Oh, for fuck's sake. 1 minute. It keeps happening.
Can you hear me now, Kev?
Every single member...
I can now hear you, yes. I don't know why I have to reload the fucking page all the bastard time. Ugh.
Of Parliament in the Parliamentary Labour Party stood on a manifesto which said very clearly we will take back control of our borders after the 14 years of neglect and incompetence from the...
And as you know, they've stuck to everything in the manifesto.
True, you famous manifesto promise keeper, Keir Starmer. Well, the one thing is very much known for.
Yes.
Previous government. They had a Rwanda plan
Yes,
which
but this
was
isn't about you.
£700
Hang on, this is
million.
about
They
the
sent
government.
4 volunteers to Rwanda. The Rwandan government
Okay.
said they couldn't take more than 300.
The question is about
It's an
what
absolute
you're
catastrophe.
doing now, and it's quite clear that a number of Labour MPs are really unhappy with this. They may have signed up to controlling the borders, but they don't want to do it this way.
Well, what I would say, with great respect to my colleagues, is that you stood on a manifesto which said we will sort out the small boats crisis. We can't do that simply by hoping that it will go away. We have to take action. That means dealing with the pull factors, which is very much what's been talked about this week, but also dealing with the gangs. We have actually smashed 240 organised immigration gangs. We've stopped 20,000 crossings.
Yeah, amazing. Just, this is... like, do they actually think that anyone is taken in by their bullshit? They can't possibly, because they've seen the polling as well. They must know they're despised, right?
Yeah, I mean, they must also know that they're losing their voters to the Greens and the Lib Dems, who don't think that this rhetoric is good, you know?
I don't think they care about that bit, though. Because they're just a right-wing faction. That's what they want to do.
True.
Thanks to our...
Like, it's not just bad politicking. They've got bad politics. They believe bad things. And this is the inevitable outcome of it.
Partnership with the French. We are introducing safe and legal routes, the community sponsorship route, which we think has got great potential. We are building that up. That's part of the
Worth pointing
consultation
out, by the way,
that is
Kev.
going to be published
one
very
second.
soon. So what
Obviously, we've been calling for safe and managed routes for quite a while now, and it was reported and briefed to the press that they want to do some managed routes for a couple of hundred people to try and get the left to shut up.
Yeah, basically. I don't think it'll work.
What I would gently encourage my colleagues to do is to look at those measures in the round and to support the government's policy in this vitally important
I'm
area.
sure, Josh, will you forgive me, because I'm sure we're going to come back to this subject, and I've got to fit some others in.
Whoa. We're going to come back to this subject.
Do we
You mean
never...
we're gonna talk, yeah. We never talk about immigration, though.
No. But you guarantee that we will talk about it again, even though we've never talked about it. Except literally every week on this show. Every fucking week.
Before I do, I just want to tell you that we're in Watford next week. Now, there's something happening. Oh, yes, the budget. The budget's happening next week. How could we forget? So, anyway...
Yay.
But I suspect we might be talking about that. And other things as well, I hope. And then the week after that, we're in Dover with a special focus on immigration. So...
We never talk about immigration!
Watford...
We never talk about immigration, though, Kev, do we?
Never.
Talk about immigration.
Never.
Talk about immigration.
Never. Kev has now become Phil Morehouse. Forget the results, forget the working class. It's about the Green Party looking good. Oh, how they crumble. You're a fucking minge. Shut up.
Week before, there was an interesting noise from you all there. The week after, so I couldn't quite work out what that meant. Hopefully that's enthusiasm. Watford next week.
Did I even mention the Green Party at any point?
Have any of us mentioned the Green Party?
I don't think so. So I don't even know what that person's talking about. What?
Over the week after. If you'd like to come and be part of the audience, apply to the question on website. Here's the address. Follow the instructions, and hopefully we will see you there. Okie dokie. Anil Chand.
Did Boris do too little, too late?
So I'm assuming, Anil, you are referring to the report that has come out.
No, he killed loads of people really early. Oh, sorry, you meant good things. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Just at 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
This afternoon. Baroness Hallett's report, first of a number on the COVID inquiry. Her view, her conclusion was the government response was too little, too late. Imposing a lockdown a week earlier in March 2020 could have saved 23,000 lives, according to some modelling in England.
Also, Eat Out to Help Out was literally like, I mean, just signing...
Eat Out to Murder.
Yeah, it was a death warrant for huge numbers of people.
And she talked about a toxic and chaotic culture at the heart of the government led by Boris Johnson.
Who'd have thought it? Boris Johnson's a complete fuck-up.
It's incredible, really, that everyone told us that, you know, you have to vote for him to stop the dangerous Corbyn, and then he fucking sentenced tens of thousands of people to an early grave.
Yep.
It's almost like that keeps happening when you elect Tories.
Let the bodies pile high.
I thought you were going to say that the bodies hit the floor for a minute there.
There. Let the bodies hit the floor. I wish I could scream like that, but I just cannot.
Do you agree?
So COVID was a global pandemic of proportions we've never seen before. It was unprecedented.
Spanish flu was way worse.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, there were plenty of pandemics that were worse, both at the start and then when it became more endemic. Like, yes, Spanish flu was significantly worse.
The plague of Justinian killed about a third of the population of Europe. Ditto for the Black Plague. Like, what?
And the government of the time made a series of decisions based on advice. It made the decisions it thought was right.
It's such shithouse politics. The government of the time, which was a different political leader, don't mention the party. It was a different government, so it doesn't matter. Like, fuck you, mate.
And also, just like they took decisions based on advice. I mean, that's such a nonsense phrase. Like, well, how close were the decisions to the advice? Like, what was the advice? Like, how specific was the advice? Well, you took decisions based on advice. Well, yeah, I could take plenty of decisions based on advice. Doesn't make them good advice or good decisions.
Advice from who as well? Because Boris Johnson also took advice from somebody to save dogs over humans in Afghanistan. So, like,
yeah,
I don't know, mate. I'm not sure.
At the time. Now, some people thought we should have locked down earlier, and that's what this report, with hindsight, finds, and I accept the report. But quite a lot of people thought we locked down too harshly. Our measures were too...
Yeah, and those people...
morons did.
Cunts, yeah. Yeah.
Harsh. Now, I respect a number of views at that time about how we should deal with it. But I do also ask that people respect the government did what it thought was right.
What about these comments about a toxic and chaotic...
All right, but you fucked up then. Even if your description of it is true, which it isn't, you fucked it up. You have the blood of lots of people on your hands.
Culture at the heart of government.
There would
What's your response
undoubtedly
actively encourage.
He was too busy getting head at the time and being ambushed by cake.
And Matt Hancock was fucking macking out with some other woman.
I always knew he was a pussy hound. Honestly, he's just got that vibe. He's so Chad, isn't he?
And literally, it's pure animal magnetism.
Yeah.
Also,
there
was what's the funny text that was that Nicola Sturgeon sent about Boris Johnson was revealed during the COVID inquiry. She called him a clown. She described him as excruciating, offended by his utter incompetence. Apparently, there was expletive ridden, which the BBC will not tell me what she exactly said, but it would be very funny. Also, his address to the nation was fucking excruciating, and the UK government's communications were awful.
Correct.
Number 10 that should not have gone on. I am not going to defend some of those things that we knew about at the time, by the way. But this report does find that in some cases there was no good decision, right decision to make. And it also finds fault with all devolved nations in Britain as well. So Scottish Government under the SNP and the Welsh Government under Labour, as well as the UK Government under the Conservatives. But what we must do is ensure that we actually learn the lessons that this COVID inquiry is providing for us, so that, God forbid, this should ever happen again, whoever is in government are fully prepared and those mistakes are not repeated. And if we revert to using this for political point scoring, we will have failed those...
You are a fucking knob, mate. What the fuck is that? No, we shouldn't use this for political point scoring now. That's terrible. But anyway, the Labour in Wales fucked up, and so did the SNP in Scotland. So, but no politics, yeah? Okay, cool.
People, not only who lost their lives, but have lived with the consequences ever after.
Let me just ask you, I mean, you kind of answered, but I just want to be completely clear. When Baroness Hallett, this is her second report incidentally, not her first, when she talks about a toxic and chaotic culture at the heart of government, and with Boris Johnson failing to tackle that culture and sometimes actively encouraging it, do you agree with that?
I accept the results of her inquiry. I'm not going to defend that culture that she has identified. But
yes.
what I would say is that the government at the time took decisions in good faith and includes things like a vaccine rollout, which she commended, by the way, which was a vaccine developed in this country and which was then used around the world. So there were certainly some good outcomes.
Wow. Thank you, scientists of Oxford,
Yeah.
for doing that, of which Boris Johnson played no part.
Yeah, I love the Trump's like, oh, we fast-tracked the thing, we did all this and that. No, scientists did that. You didn't do anything. You were a fucking nightmare.
From the way that the government...
Still my favourite bit of the Trump thing is conservative GOP governors of states who were buying PPE specifically had to have their state militia guard those planes because Trump was specifically saying that federal agents should seize that stuff so that the federal government could use it. So even conservatives knew he was so fucking mental he was going to steal their shit and kill their people. So sent the fucking troops to protect the planes.
Incredible.
I mean, honestly, fucking and the American people voted him back in 4 years later.
By the way, Beefy Hawk says, can I suggest you save your commentary post-topic? Stopping every 5 seconds is excruciating. I have two responses to this. First of all, I've been doing this for 5 years. I know what I'm doing. You are a random chatter. B, please Google, right, how fair use works.
Yes. You have to you have to genuinely transform the content. You can't just why not just watch the entire show and then talk about it afterwards? No, that's not how it works.
Yeah.
Dealt with it, and she does find Baroness Hallett does.
Sorry, I keep pausing. Apologies, chatter. Apologies. I will stop.
Find fault of all.
Faults, you mean? Wow, he said he finded fault. Kev, what do you think about that?
I think that's really interesting. I can't wait to see what he says in the next second.
All the devolved.
All the devolved.
All the devolved. Wow.
All
Okay.
Nations.
But this shouldn't be used as party political point scoring. I accept the results.
No, I actually do want to pause and say, stop. Of course it's party political, you twat. You're a politician. You're in government.
Yeah.
Or were in
what's
government.
important as well. It's like, it wasn't just like the party was bad, because the Conservative Party are bad, it's true. But like, this was an ideological position that Boris Johnson took, where not only was he kind of libertarian on the idea of not having the government impose stuff, despite the negative externalities of them not doing that, but on top of this, there was an ideology of prioritizing business profits over human lives, because it might have hurt the fucking shareholders. Might have hurt the shareholders.
We need to burn the humans in order to make the red line not go down.
Indeed.
In full.
I think one doesn't know how one will behave in a pandemic until one finds oneself in a pandemic, and that, like you say, it was the same for every government having to deal with it. However, I think we were in the very unfortunate position of having Boris Johnson in charge at the time.
True.
Where he...
But thankfully it wasn't Jeremy Corbyn, because he'd have probably just tried to negotiate with the germs and turn them into communists or something.
Yes. That's a real hipster analysis, Kevin.
Thank you.
I mean, we've been good to dig up that quote. Fucking Shazarika.
I remember him taking, I'm going to call it a dishevelled approach to the whole thing, boasting about shaking hands with patients with COVID and then getting COVID himself and almost dying, which is incredibly serious, but...
Honestly, massive L from death there.
I know, right? It could have been so funny.
The Reaper posting a massive loss. Embarrassing. You bony prick.
But it's in general, it's so frustrating we get wrapped up in Partygate. That was the thing that brought him down. Like, maybe all the dead people should be more concerning to you than a cake ambush.
Yes, indeed.
you know, our Prime Minister should have been, A, protecting himself from all that, because he was our leader of our country, etc., etc. And we know that, you know...
Where are the comments from that aren't with the Twitch chat? Well, it's combined. It's the YouTube and Twitch are on my screen. So, but there's a little thing next to it. So if it's a YouTube bit, you'll see the little YouTube icon next to it. So you know who's in what chat.
As the pandemic rolled on, there were some very choice decisions that were made. I mean, now looking back, Eat Out to Help Out looks like a farce. It looks like a farcical thing that you would put in a sort of B movie, you know.
But thankfully, the BBC, with their left-wing bias, depicted the then future Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, as fucking Superman.
Impartial broadcaster.
We're going through a pandemic. It's spread by having contact with other people. It's damaging the economy. Right, everybody go and have lunch together with a £5 off. I mean, it looks so ridiculous now. Apparently, Chris Whitty called it Eat Out to help the virus out. And then, of course, there were the PP.
Also, it's still funny to me that it's Eat Out to help out. I'm a pure royal man. I don't hide from that fact.
It is quite, I mean, when you tell other countries about being called that, they find it very funny.
Christy Winters, when I told her, when we discussed it at the time, she cackled like a fucking chicken. It was ridiculous.
I think there were a lot of very dubious behaviours going on. Like I say, you know, next time round, maybe we'll get it better. But I think our greatest fault was having Boris in charge at that time.
Man at the very back.
I don't accept your half-hearted apology from the handling of the COVID pandemic. We saw...
Was there even a half-hearted apology? Did I miss the apology bit of that? It was like, you can't really blame us for anything. Let's not do politics. See you later. There was no apology there. What?
Ourselves, the data coming out of China, out of North Italy, with lots of people dying a day. Can you just say something?
Also, shout out to Socialist Cuba, who, even though they're still embargoed by all of the West, sent doctors to Italy. Third world Cuba has such a good fucking healthcare industry, or system, that they were able to send excess doctors to Italy, first world Italy, to help during COVID.
And on top of that, they also, despite the embargo, developed their own fucking vaccine.
Amazing shit.
And just say sorry for all of the lives that were lost during the pandemic.
I mean, you weren't in government at the time, but you are here representing the former government.
Yeah, and we're not talking about a report that is calling on me or the Conservative Party today to apologise for
he's telling you to.
Spending.
Yeah, but you could just do that. As the representative of the Conservative Party here tonight, you could say, yeah, that was fucked up. We did bad.
Sorry.
Yeah, whoopsie. But you won't even do that. You literally won't do the bare minimum.
£350 billion to ensure that 4 million people remained employed throughout the pandemic. A rollout of a vaccine scheme which was probably the best, most well-delivered in the world. And by the way, we delivered that because we didn't have to follow EU rules. But I am not going to stick up for, and I've made it absolutely clear, I am not defending some of the things that went on in Number 10, some of that culture which the report identifies. I do not defend any of that, but I wasn't part of it. I wasn't part of the Johnson government.
Joe, you've just fobbed that guy off in the audience who asked for an apology, and in doing so, you've fobbed off the whole country.
No, Josh.
A full
no,
apology.
Josh. What I've said, the worst thing that could come out of this
You've had your chance to speak. I'm going to continue. Not only have you fobbed off the guy who just asked this question for an apology, you fobbed off the...
See, good. That's what you need. Don't have any of these fucking pansy straights on, right? Have yourself a butch guy come on and say, no, fuck you, mate. You've had your turn. I'm going to fucking say my piece. You fucking breeder piece of shit.
Whole country who have been utterly let down by the way in which the Conservative government managed this situation, and it is laid bare in this report. Toxic sexist culture in number 10 Downing Street. I was out there vaccinating people against the pandemic. I trained up as a volunteer.
No, really, the guy, pincher by name, pincher by nature.
The guy who's fucking married 5 million different people because no one can spend more than 5 minutes with him.
And has cheated on every single one of them. Has an indeterminate number of children by some amount of women.
But also, I'm like, I don't care that he's a sexist in this regard. Like, it's bad.
Clip
he's
it,
bad.
clip
Like,
it, Jack, clip it.
But like, in the grand scheme of things, I think all the dead people is the bigger concern. Really.
Yeah, true.
And the commenter was just correct. Like, I remember I was working in a call centre at the time. I met in February, like being at my desk, like looking through the news, all of the people dying in northern Italy. Doing, no, guys, this is serious. The Italian municipal government are having to bring in the fucking army to cart off the corpses of people's loved ones because the morticians are too busy.
They literally had to get
the other dead people.
Yeah, they had to impound butchers' freezing vans used for the carrying of carcasses of animals to be cut up and sold as meat to store corpses because their morgues were so vastly oversubscribed with dead people.
Yeah, exactly. And I was trying to tell the people like, oh, it's just a bit of a bad cold, and I'm like, people are fucking dying. Jesus Christ.
Yep. But the Tories was like, nah, it'll be fine.
Herd immunity, guys. Herd immunity. That was when the point where we literally should have just. No one should have taken that man. There should have been a fucking coup. There should have been a military coup. As soon as that man said, oh, we need to do herd immunity, the army should have deposed him.
Or at least Parliament should have had a vote of no confidence. Let's keep it legal.
Well, the 1922 committee.
Yeah, that's true.
Volunteer with St John Ambulance. My partner Connor was out in A&E working with people on ventilators.
See, what a fucking Chad Queer, even shouting out his boyfriend. Sorry, fiance. Boom, let's go.
To try to combat this. Key
Let him
workers
finish
went
and then
out
you can come back in.
every
Okay, you can
single
come back in.
day in order to try to get our country through this. And we were utterly let down and undermined by the government at every turn. Boris Johnson should be hauled into Downing Street for one last Downing Street press conference to apologise to the whole country.
See, he was almost there, and then he went and be a Lib Dem about it. He should have been. Should be hauled. Yes, go on, say it. Into Downing Street. What the fuck are you talking about? You should be hauled into. Let's keep it TOS into a court and charged with the deaths of these people. At the very least, this is, I don't know, corporate manslaughter or governmental manslaughter or murder. He knew people were going to die. He did it anyway. At that point, that's second-degree murder.
And it absolutely drives me round the bend. In the run-up to the election, everyone's convincing us you have to vote for Boris Johnson, otherwise the dangerous Jeremy Corbyn will become Prime Minister. And there's a clip that's gone viral today of Jeremy Corbyn speaking to the BBC a week before the lockdown, i.e. at the start of the period where this report says that if we'd have locked down at that point, we would have saved tens of thousands of lives, specifically saying that the government is being complacent and that their attitude to COVID is different to every other European country, essentially calling for lockdowns to start in the same way they were in other countries. At exactly the point at which this report is saying we should have locked down, Corbyn was out there speaking to the press saying we should have locked down. The most vindicated man in history. And we were supposed to treat him like some kind of dangerous communist who's going to destroy society. And instead we got a giant fucking clown human. Again, a bin bag full of custard. Who up until that point, his only kind of political successes were getting Nassanine Zakai-Ratcliffe impounded by the Iranians, saying stupid shit on Have I Got News For You, and conspiring to have a journalist beaten up. And apparently that guy was worth being Prime Minister over somebody who has been vindicated at every turn.
But have you considered? Have you considered Eton? Eton and Oxford, everyone.
country, and he should be banned from holding public office ever again in light of these failures that he's brought upon our country.
But that's so Lib Dem. He should be banned from running for office. He should be banned from freedom. He should have his liberty taken from him.
So throughout the whole of the pandemic, I worked for a national healthcare charity. I saw how bad it was. My sister is a nurse, and she worked throughout on the wards, actually just near where you are, Josh, throughout, and my father-in-law is a retired GP. I am fully...
Is this the white people version of "you can't criticise me, I'm brown"? Is this like the Shabada Mahmood? Well, my parents were immigrants, so I'm not racist. He's like, well, I can't be against the healthcare system because I'm related to people who do things. I don't care. You fucked up. The Tories fucked up. Apologise. At the very least.
Aware of how difficult it was. The government at the time made key decisions about jobs, about locking down in good faith, using the advice of health professionals. Now, I accept in full the results of the inquiry. But if we're going to use this to blame Conservatives, when the report is very clear that Labour in Wales and the SNP in Scotland also got things wrong.
I thought you didn't want to do party politics. What happened there, mate? Where did that disappear to?
It's only bad when it's against them.
Then I think we're failing the future generations who need us to learn from the outcomes and implement the recommendations. So
How does pointing out the people who did wrong stop you from doing that? How does that interfere with you learning any of these lessons? Surely one of the lessons is don't elect a wanker.
Yeah, elect someone who has, who's actually going to be competent at governing. You know, like, I understand that he's a blithering idiot, and that's very endearing, but being a blithering idiot does not mean or translate into political acumen.
In fact, in many respects, it's an indicator of the opposite.
whoever's in government, and it might be, God forbid, because we don't want it ever to happen again, it might be a Labour government, they have learnt from this and are not looking to just score points against governments and Prime Minister.
Well, we know it's not going to be a fucking Tory government, so never mind about that.
I was going to put an Xbox box. This is the same Boris Johnson who said he wanted to invade into the Netherlands for vaccines.
A genius. A political genius.
Who are gone.
I don't think you can call it point scoring. I think that's really offensive to the people who suffered because of lack of government listening to advice and not shutting down early enough.
And that's the thing. It's not just governmental incompetence, which is one thing. It's that they obviously didn't have the nation's best interests at heart. They weren't it's not like they were trying to do the right thing and fucking up. They were trying to do the wrong thing and fucking it up worse.
The 25,000 people that could have been saved, that is not point scoring.
I've just been accused of fobbing a gentleman off. I'm not fobbing anyone off. As I said, I work for a national healthcare charity throughout COVID.
You absolutely are, mate, yeah. I don't give a fuck if you work for an NHS charity. You're a knob.
Thank you. Yes, woman here.
I do actually think that you should apologise because people did vote for you, and what you just said about spending billions, like, we should be grateful. It's hard-working taxpayers' money that you spent without sort of real consultation. So I do think that people are owed an apology. And also, during the pandemic, you were still allowing people to come in on aeroplanes right the way through, because I know people that came. So why didn't you shut that down? We do need an apology, I think.
Do you want, listen,
True.
2 people have asked you now if you want to apologise on behalf of the former government. Do you want to do that or not?
I'm not going to apologise on behalf of a government that I wasn't part of, but I'm not...
Okay, but that's not how it works. That's not... Like, you realise that Keir Starmer, on occasion, will make apologies for governments that he wasn't even alive for, because it's called continuation. You are a member of the Conservative Party, you are a Conservative Member of Parliament, you are literally the representative of the Conservative Party on this show. You are essentially speaking, sort of, for the Conservative Party. The very least you could do is show any amount of contrition, you fucking little hobgoblin. You little fucking rat boy. Jesus Christ.
Defending the mistakes that were identified. I'm not seeking to, I do not defend the culture in number 10 that the report identifies. All I ask for is that we ensure that the lessons are learned, and they're not just words, that we actually learn the lessons, and we make sure that our country and our healthcare system is more resilient if this should ever happen again, regardless of who is in power.
I'm not entirely sure that
Office. In office. The fact that you think it's there, it's in power, is the problem.
anyone really cares how good you were at the pandemic, how good you were at vaccinating, what you guys personally did during the pandemic. It's like bordering on a little bit egotistical here, when actually it's like... The thing about this inquiry is that, you know, it makes it sound like the only solution was to lock down harder and faster, completely ignoring the massive cost, not just 350 billion, which, you're right, as if we should be thankful.
Brilliant. Oh, fantastic. Again, literally just burn the poor. Just burn the poor to keep the red line stable. You're a fucking monster.
For it was because you locked down for so long, that you had to support people with so much money. This is completely losing sight of how damaging lockdown was for so many people, young people. You know, it was a horrendous policy that went on for far, far too long. And the
Ella, it does also suggest, just reading it this.
Is this from a person who works at home, who doesn't really do a real job anyway? That's an interesting take, isn't it?
Afternoon is that if some preventative measures, not lockdown, had been taken earlier, lockdowns might have been avoided altogether.
Yeah, the rule of 6 and all of that, which, you know, I have to say, the thing about Boris Johnson is, the only good thing about Boris Johnson was that he had just a tiny smidgen that lasted for about 3 seconds of a bit of a sense of sort of liberty and civil liberties in him, which I think was just positive for a minute, because I think he understood the consequences of what would happen if you shut down society. And the fact that the government was initially...
Oh, yeah, that's the reason he did it. Yeah, no, toads.
And not because of the line going up, you know,
No.
the shareholders. Think of the shareholders.
Won't someone think of them for once? When will the boot of the average person get off the neck of the CEO? Really? Thank you, Fuzzmos, with Bitty Bits. Much love.
initially sort of nervous about doing that was, if it wasn't positive, it was important, because I think what's happened with this inquiry is we've lost complete sight of the damages that lockdown brought and the damages that are still being reaped, whether it's, we've had discussions, we're endlessly having discussions about mental health. Rachel Reeves in her sort of discussions about the budget keeps dropping the P word, pandemic, for how much of a problem it was. If we come out of this inquiry thinking that the only solution to any future pandemic is to shut down society instantly, then we have failed, because we're not recognising the consequences of that action.
I really think people overblow like the mental health impact of lockdown. I was somebody who was not just lockdown, I was fucking working during lockdown. I was working a call centre during lockdown. I was doing the shittest job possible during lockdown. Then I couldn't even get furlough. And you know what? I can't even remember what it's like now. Literally can't remember what it's like.
Also, it's a thing that right wingers bring up to pretend they give a fuck about. Because like, oh, so you care about the mental health of young people, so you're going to increase the spending on the? Oh no, okay. Oh no, you're not. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. They hate the mental health pandemic. The mental health problems to them are a burden upon the state, and not indeed a problem affecting the lives of people.
True.
And the inquiry itself refused to take on board any cost-benefit analysis of what happened with lockdown. We still don't have answers to that. And it's a balancing act, isn't it? Nobody wants people to die, and that's a very serious thing to take into consideration. What measures do you take with that? I also don't think, do any of us sit here want to see lockdown happen again and have people kept from work and have people?
I don't want a pandemic to happen again, but if it does happen, I will have to engage in the necessary measures.
True.
Misery at home, have the kind of costs that are related to that? Do you? Surely you don't. So, coming out of this and taking on board from this inquiry the idea that lockdown was just a really great thing that should have happened quicker and sooner and faster is nonsense. And it's not at all what the public think, by the way.
Well, let's hear what's on the public think. One here in the front.
I hate the British public.
Me too.
I just...
oh, maybe you shouldn't have a lockdown. Maybe you all fucking died.
Fuck it, yeah, let's just go full Malthusian with it.
The report highlighted today that there were sections of our society that were disproportionately affected by COVID, namely those that are the
Gamers. The real oppressed minority.
True.
most low paid, and also black and ethnic minority communities as well were disproportionately affected by COVID. And that's come out in the report today that you've said that you accept in its full entirety. So therefore, was that toxic culture within 10 Downing Street perpetuating inequalities within society? This report says so.
Let me get...
No way, Tory policy disproportionately affecting people of colour and the marginalised. Whoa!
I can't believe there was a class element to the overall effect of a Conservative policy.
That is...
Wow.
That is news to me. I would not have seen that coming.
Round a few more people first. Yes, woman next to you.
Yeah, I'm just wondering where the compassion is in this room tonight, really. We're looking at 25,000 lives that could have been
23,000.
23,000
Some people question the
lives.
modelling, but that's the modelling that the report is using.
Thousands of lives that could have been saved.
Let's say it was half that number. Let's say it was a tenth of that number. It's disgusting. We're talking about a fucking a slaughter, a fucking massacre of people.
I mean, that's literally the third of the number of people officially that have died in Gaza.
Yeah.
Right? Obviously, the number in Gaza is clearly going to be more when they discover all the bodies, right? But even just going by the official IDF figures, that's a third of the Gaza casualties in a week.
But right, COVID has a right to defend herself.
Clearly, those people were Hamas.
True. Exactly. Their immune system was Hamas.
If people are still grieving over that, and we have a brag list of...
What are your capillaries but tunnels underneath your skin? When you really think about it.
It's a Hamas command and control centre within my lymphatic system.
True.
spending was done during the pandemic. I think it's all wrong.
I'll come back to you. I'll just hear some more people. Yes,
I'm delirious and the cricket hasn't even started yet. Fuck me.
England batting first, and they've got 4 fast bowlers, by the way.
Let's fucking go.
Glasses, yeah.
As it's been mentioned that the hindsight is a wonderful thing, but at the same time, what we should learn from this report is the fact that it's been reported correctly, and lessons learned is also been mentioned. Boris, is, for all his faults, is, you know, one thing he did push through was the vaccine, because he's never been a detail man. He couldn't control those kind of details. So
okay, let me stop you there. Maybe the whole point of being the most powerful person in the country is taking details into account because of what might happen, given that you have a huge amount of power to affect so many parts of society. Maybe saying, oh, well, it wasn't really much of a details man, is actually a massive damning indictment of him as the leader of a country.
Yeah, pretty bad.
Glad that the lessons learned are carried on, although the pandemic is every 100 years, whatever they say, these are written down and logged for future, if ever happens.
Man in the black top.
Yeah, I don't think trying to beg for an apology from the gentleman up there, it serves any purpose whatsoever. That's been and gone. I think as an electorate, it's our responsibility to appoint people.
Tory plant.
I think he's doing the opposite, right? He's saying that we should appoint people who are fit for the job, which clearly Boris Johnson wasn't.
Well, no, because they're happy to throw Boris Johnson under the bus because he's yesterday's man. This is the Tory party line. Let's not focus on who did what and what went wrong. No, it's water under the bridge, lads. Let's not try and apportion blame to any political party except in Wales and Scotland.
Who are far more competent at handling themselves and crises than the gross negligence and incompetence that has gone before, with people like Johnson, Sunak, Dominic Raab, all those muppets, just they're a waste of time. Like, you know, they wouldn't be in any company worth their weight. And that's the thing as an electorate we need to learn.
Like Kemi Badenoch.
I mean, that's true. I mean, it's worth pointing out that at the very least in a capitalist market economy, in a labour market, people at least have to prove that they're worthy of something. Maybe it's
Yes.
not actually entirely kind of replicable. It's not exactly, and it's not exact science. Obviously,
No,
yeah,
it
people
is.
steal it.
No, it is. Look, Elon Musk is worth $1 trillion, obviously.
But it's not like an exact science, right? Obviously, there's going to be different levels to which they represent people's actual skill level, you know. But you can't be like a total dribbling idiot and get hired in a lot of cases. Whereas when it comes to politics, people in the Conservative Party regularly get appointed on no grounds of their competence, and entirely because they went to the right schools, they went to Oxford and Cambridge, and they're part of the conservative little bully boys club at Eton, which is what happened with David Cameron and Boris Johnson and George Osborne, and they get huge amounts of room to fuck up the country purely on the grounds of kind of an aspect of where their parents sent them to school as a kid, which is something you, at the very least, there is what little meritocracy there is in capitalism can at least have somewhat of a tempering on, of which doesn't happen inside the Conservative Party.
Yeah.
Is the Conservative Party worse than the entire economic system of capitalism? Is that what I'm saying? Yes, I'm saying that.
Fair dues.
To appoint better quality people with bigger, better ideas.
All right. Well, look, we haven't heard from you, Stephen, yet.
Yeah, I do think, I think to the lady's point on the front here, we should take a moment just to reflect on the tragedy of COVID and the number of people who lost their lives and families who've been bereaved, and I think it's just heartbreaking, and these reports come out and I think it just reminds us of that time and how difficult it was. And I think it's also the trauma. I think the country is still traumatized in many, many ways. Deep scars left, particularly in our young people, I think. So young people who should be out there socializing with their friends, people who maybe are at university who couldn't go, and those are deep scars that we need to get over. So I think we just need to reflect on that as a country, and I think it's an opportunity for us to also come together and reflect on that. Lessons learned. I mean, there's one deep lesson for me, which is the damage that austerity did to our public services. Our health and care workers were amazing. Everybody remembers standing on the doorsteps and applauding them, and what heroes they were. But our public services had been left very vulnerable and exposed, so that when something big came along like COVID, we were lacking in resilience. So there's a big lesson here to learn, which is why I think it's really important.
Pause. You know. I will stop you there, Mr. Kinnock, because what you're saying makes a lot of sense. I agree with the broad ideas of being anti-austerity because of the necessity of having good quality public services and a good quality public realm to protect against the negative externalities of things you can't control, like pandemics or wars or economic crises, right? Perfectly reasonable. What I doubt, though, is your commitment to what you're saying. Because there was a very big chance to stop austerity and to reverse the decline of public services that were necessary to defend ourselves from a pandemic in 2017. What were you doing in 2017, Stephen? When the worst of austerity was still happening during the Cameron and May administrations, right? And that was Theresa May's administration. There was an election in 2017. And I seem to remember you saying that it was one of the worst days of your life when the Conservative Party lost their majority, when you were in a room with other people celebrating the fact that the Conservative Party had lost their majority, and you were stony-faced and upset. And your friends were trying to deliberately throw the election to keep the Conservatives in power at the opposite wish of your members and voters. So I take some amount of skepticism with this idea that you think austerity is really bad, given that you wanted 8 more years of it and you got 8 more years of it by deliberately sabotaging your own party's bid to try and reverse it. So don't come talking to me, Stephen, about the problems of fucking austerity when you were very, very happy for it to be happening so long as you weren't in control of the opposition party. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Also, with your attacks on the disabled and the elderly, you're still doing austerity. It's not in total anymore. Thankfully, they have invested in the NHS, but you're still doing austerity in a number of other areas. So your commitment to this is, well, nothing.
I know that the Chancellor has said one thing we won't be doing in this government is having a return to austerity. We've got to rebuild our public services, not just for the business as usual as delivering for our people, but also to be ready for this kind of crisis coming that could come down the track. And finally, just on lessons learned, we are, as a government, we ran a cross-departmental pandemic preparedness exercise in the autumn, and a report and a strategy is now being drafted, which will be published next year, to set out how we, as a government, but as a nation, should ensure that we are ready for the eventuality that we might have another pandemic. So we absolutely are using these inquiries as an opportunity to learn lessons and to be prepared for the future.
Can I pick up on the lessons learned?
Very quickly,
very,
otherwise
very
I'm not going to
quickly.
fit in another
The
question.
gentleman made a really good point about the vaccine. Absolutely, the speed of that being a great success. And the lesson that we've got to learn for the future is that we've got to continue to invest in that kind of research, so that going forward we are even more prepared for whatever it might be.
All right.
Nigel Farage has platformed people who have questioned the vaccines, who have undermined that kind of research. That's a lesson we've got to learn for the future. We have to keep the likes of Farage away from this.
Well, he has platformed him, but to be fair, he's the president of America, so, like, he's got a platform as it is, you know?
True.
It's going forward. Otherwise, more people's lives could be at risk.
All right, I'm sure if Reform were on the panel, they would defend themselves. They're not here to do so, but, you know, we hear what you say. OK.
We heard what the guy said.
Well,
he said that the royal family was potentially had cancer because they'd taken a COVID
No, I get that. And
he was a-
as you know,
he was a
Reform
keynote
have,
speaker at
he was a
Reform's
keynote
conference.
speaker. They have distanced themselves from him subsequently. Right, I was going to try and fit in 4 questions. I could manifestly fail because I'm only going to get to one more. So let's hear from Alex White.
Inflation eases, yet families feel poorer. Are government policies actually working for us?
Now, that's a big topic, and the cricket is about to start. So,
Yeah.
do we want to address this at lunch?
Let's do that at lunch, yeah.
Okay. So we'll do that. Right. Now, in terms of how we do this, it's probably best that we watch the same stream so that we get to be able to react at the same time.
That sounds like a good plan, yeah.
So I will share with you in a second a silenced, because of course, you know,
Terms of service.
terms of service and all of that sort of jazz. Where are we?
I was going to say, whilst we're doing that, I'm just seeing a video of Brad Lander standing on the fucking side of a building filming a video, which is very weird.
Yeah, that is a strange one. Hopefully this works. Is that? Oh, that isn't doing a lot. Is it?
Two commentators, lots of complaining, but would love to hear your budget alternatives. Wealth tax, equalised capital gains tax with income tax, replacing council tax with a land value tax. We want to see a change to the fiscal rules, stop paying all of the interest on government bonds held by the Bank of England. I would see a cutting of the budget we spend on nuclear and change that to nuclear weapons, and change that towards conventional defence and other public services instead. I would like to see more broader spending on welfare and public infrastructure, but I think the big changing of the fiscal rules is to be able to have some more investment into infrastructure and capital expenditure. I would see more public investment that is entirely publicly owned rather than public-private partnerships. None of this 25% equity stake crap. I would not like to see that. I would rather see publicly owned clean power, for example. I would like to see a state-owned developer be given funding by the government. Plenty of things I would like to see in my alternative budget.
Well, Fuzzmoz, you can absolutely go to bed, but you won't be watching cricket. You'll be watching people watch cricket, which is even more boring for people who don't like cricket.
I mean, you can have the cricket on in the background and watch the cricket while we watch the cricket, and you listen to us watching the cricket.
Which is that's sort of the reaction stream model, I think, isn't it? But
yeah, where the content is picked up by the detection system.
What do you mean?
As in, Question Time doesn't get picked up by Twitch as being copyright content.
Yes.
Yeah, the cricket almost certainly does.
Yes. Oh, absolutely, yeah.
So I was surprised he managed to watch the Scotland game on YouTube.
I only watched, well, I watched bits of it, if that makes
Right,
sense.
okay.
I only watched the highlights, which were already on YouTube. So look at that, Jofra Archer nipping hard. Is it cold? Oof.
Thank you, Edson Morton, for the 35 months, and Zio for 36 months. Almost it's almost 6 years combined between the two of you. I was in London Economics today, and they removed my name, sad face, but 35 months of glorious content, though. Love you, mate. Well, I am glad to have you here for almost 3 years.
Justin Langer, there was a player. And Alistair Cook as well was quite good.
True, he was certainly reasonable. It was weird he retired so quickly, or so early, Alistair Cook. He could have scored more runs than Sachin Tendulkar. Was like, I'm 33 now, fuck it.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm
Yeah,
like,
fuck this, yeah.
bit weird.
But I suppose there comes a point when the travelling becomes a bit much.
That's true. That's true.
If you've got, I don't know, has he got kids? I'm not sure, but that must be difficult if you've got kids being away for months and months on end.
True.
Now, it beats working for a living, to be sure, but psychologically, it probably makes a bit of an impact. See, this is, for me, this sort of thing isn't really cricket. Having them lining up and doing a thing. No, just go out and play. They didn't used to do it. Look, they've got a fucking choir and shit going on. No, they used to just walk out there and just go, okay, we'll play cricket then.
And also, I feel like every cricket-playing nation has a shitty national anthem. They're all bad. All of them are bad.
What is the Windies one? Because that's not even a country, is it?
That's a very important point. I've not heard it.
Because for those who don't know, the West Indies is a nation or a team made up of like 20 different countries from the Caribbean and Guyana.
So the team's anthem is called "Rally Round the West Indies," and it's a calypso song. So that must be the only one.
That must be the best of them. Just the fact that it's calypso is enough to beat the rest.
It must be the only one that's not shit. Although apparently they have a new official anthem called "Fuller Energy" for the home series in 2025.
Love it. I'd love to go to Australia one day and watch the cricket, but like it's so expensive. They've got native people. Okay.
I mean, this is the first time ever in history the Australian team has fielded two Indigenous Australians.
Really? Oh, okay, that's interesting.
First time in Australian history. And I'd love to. I mean, speaking of the West Indies, I would love to go to the Caribbean to watch cricket.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because it almost doesn't matter which island you go to; it's going to be awesome, just in a slightly different way, It's a weird image, that one of to describe it. There are 3 Aboriginal Australians singing or something, and then behind them there's a woman in what I can only describe as, if you watched an American movie from the 80s, it's a big pink prom dress. It's very odd clash of styles they've got going on. That's such a big fucking stadium. Jesus Christ.
It's gigantic, isn't it?
You just don't, like, cricket stadiums in Britain are not that. Here she is. Sophia Watt.
Also, right, Kev. Can you do me a favour? Can you do me a really big favour? Can you explain the concept of Jacob Bethel to me?
As a Warwickshire fan, you mean?
Just as somebody, I don't know. Why is he suddenly all over the England setup? What's going on?
Purely on the basis that they have analysed his game and think he will develop into something awesome. But the problem is, of course, that you're not supposed to develop in the England team. That's why the county system exists. You play there
Yeah.
and you hone your game there, and then you come. Because if you remember, probably arguably the greatest spinner in the last 50 years for England, Graham Swan, didn't make his England Test debut until he was like 32 or something. Like, he spent a good 15 years, 10 years, whatever, playing county championship cricket and second 11s cricket, honing his skills, becoming good. Whereas they've gone, no, he probably will be good, so let's just let him fuck up at the Test match level.
And again, maybe you can make a case for Jacob Bethel because maybe you've like had him in the one-day team, he scored some runs, right? But with like the worst appointment, the absolute worst appointment when it comes to just picking randos with no experience and just expecting them to be good because you've seen them in the nets and they looked good is fucking Zach Crawley. What is the point?
Yeah,
what is the point?
That is a very good question. I'm not sure that science has yet answered that one.
You've got a perfectly good Rory Burns. You've got a perfectly good Keaton Jennings.
Yep.
You've got there are plenty of opening batters in the English county game who, at the very least, had scored an average of more than 31 before representing England.
Yeah, that's mad, though, isn't it? They get this in their head. They have their favourites, and they're just going to stick with them, you know.
I mean, there is one big reason why Zach Crawley is a favourite. And it means I have to do something I thought was only reserved for politics, but turns out it's reserved for other matters as well. In that I'm going to talk about a school that he went to, which was the New Beacon Preparatory School, his independent primary school, and Tonbridge School, the independent fee-charging boarding school that he went to. Because cricket is literally... I mean, it used to be really classist, and it's somehow even more classist nowadays, you know?
True.
Like, where are the Fred Trumans? Where are the Fred Trumans of...
Well, I mean,
cricket.
But look, Stokes is from New Zealand, which is like really, really not England at all. So, to answer your question, Mad Cat, the largest cricket ground in England is Lords with 31,100, which is rather dwarfed by the largest in the world, which is the Narendra Modi Stadium, lovely name, in Ahmedabad with 132,000 capacity, which is a bit mental, really.
It's also like a really shit pitch. It's always shit. Like, they never have good matches in Ahmedabad, which is a shame because I felt like for a very long time it was the Firoz Shah Kotla that got you all of the best cricket matches, and then you had that one match where the pitch was unplayable and it got like banned for like 3 seasons for holding matches, and by that time it got renamed the Arun Jaitley Stadium, which I think we can all agree is a much shitter name than the Firoz Shah Kotla.
True. Although my favourite one is the Wankhede Stadium.
It's true. It is. And that is literally how it's pronounced. Wankhede.
Yep.
Wankhede keeps
the doctor
away.
True.
And that's one of 2 stadia in Mumbai as well. That's the D.Y. Patil Stadium across the river.
Yeah. Both of which I believe are larger than anything we have in England.
I know the Wankhede is huge.
I do have a huge Wankhede. Yeah, that is true.
D.Y. Patil Stadium.
Here he is.
Capacity 45k.
Also, I don't like the numbers and the names on the back. There's too much writing going on. There's supposed to be white shirts, and there are sponsors and all. It's disgusting.
It's a fucking disgrace.
It's a travesty, isn't it? The D.Y. Patil Stadium is like 50% bigger than fucking Lords in capacity.
And that's the second stadium in that city.
Yeah, exactly.
Brilliant. Just fucking mental. Okay, hang on. Oh, hang on. We need to shrink that down, don't we? There we go. Now we've got all the stats on the screen. I'm cheating. I'm just putting crick info on the screen.
I mean, I would do that, but then I realised that it's like 2 minutes ahead, so it gives me the balls bowls before.
Oh shit, it does. Oh fuck yeah. Okay. Well, I can already tell you what's happened after 2 balls. Giggity.
Scored no runs.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I won't. Oh shit. What do I do then? I just won't look at the screen. I'll just watch the football. Not football, you cunt. The cricket, and I'll just there we go. I'll cover the OBS just over that bit of the screen, but I can still see the chat.
That works.
Yeah.
Like, just like, how does Zach Crawley expect to not just get bowled by Mitchell Stark? Like, it's just.
I'm not sure.
It's honest. It feels like putting up, Chris Martin against Wasim Akram.
And by Chris Martin, you mean the lead singer of Coldplay?
yeah, even worse at batting than the bowler for New Zealand, Chris Martin.
True. Actually, that might not be true. I don't know.
He was very bad. He did suck.
He was. Good leave.
I mean, BV Hawk, we can borrow as much as we want because, again, we're a sovereign currency issuer. I mean, you look at Japan, their debt to GDP ratio is like 260%. We're still less than 100. I mean, there are plenty of countries with higher debt to GDP ratios than us with better economies, and ones with lower debt to GDP ratios with worse economies, right? Like Italy has had lower debt to GDP ratio than us for the entirety of the 2010s, and yet their economy, despite how bad ours was still worse than ours.
Yeah. Also, I mean, it's like having to do commentary with Jeff Boycott talking about politics. Oh!
The Ripper.
It was a very good delivery. Play and a miss outside off stump there. Crawley, just obviously all at sea, of course. That's, yeah.
See, at least if it was Ian Bell, he'd be playing and missing, and the drive would be beautiful. Yeah. And with Zach Crawley, it's just like, I'm just going to throw the bat at it.
Yeah, that was, I think the phrase agricultural springs to mind. Good luck, England, I guess. Do you have a chance, Kev? I was not optimistic before the start of the series, but with Australia's injury problems and the fact they've only got one player in the squad under 30, it's...
Well, their debutant is still over 30 as well, right? It's Jake Weatherald. The only one under 30 is their other debutant, which is Brendan Doggett, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, how was Cameron Green?
69. I don't know. Not a clue.
Oh, he's 26. I think Brendan Doggett is also. I think Cameron Green is the one that is the. So I think he's also Brendan Doggett is also over 30. Yeah, he's 30. Yeah, he's 31 as well.
So yeah, we're playing against dinosaurs, which okay, I'm alright with that. Stubby little play there. God almighty, he's an ugly batsman. Like, at least Jonathan Trott was ugly as fuck to watch, but made runs very slowly and like the most unartistic way possible, but he did score runs, whereas that's just rubbish.
Yeah.
He is not out though, so I'll give him that.
True. And Jonathan Trott went to coach the Afghan side.
Did he? Oh wow, okay.
Yeah. Which is weird, he kept saying, well, I can't play for England.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
No, the quicker that Crawley gets out, the quicker he is from getting dropped from the team. I'm always happy to see Crawley get out early. I'm just like, yep, please continue failing so he can just be gone from my television screen.
And it's so annoying that they've got the Australian fucking scoring system of 1 for 0, rather than the actual score, which is 0 for 1.
What's this? Playing at a loose one outside off stump? Zach Crawley? Never.
And that's
Look at that. That's like fucking 10th stump.
It's 10th, and it's just a straight ball. It doesn't do anything.
Yeah, he just fucking wipes at it.
Just a scrambled seam. Doesn't bounce particularly. It's just
not
loose.
Slower ball.
No, just a standard. Yeah, a 6-ball duck. Brilliant, thanks. Excellent work there, Zach.
But yeah, as I said, like the more this happens, the more likely he is getting dropped, and that's all I care about. I just want Zach Crawley to go and someone not shit to take his place.
Yeah. I remember seeing Flintoff drunk as fuck. How long ago was that? That was 20 years ago. That was 2005.
Yeah, I remember when there was when the Mock the Week titles, they have like fake headlines. Well, the one I always remember is the fake headline, which was government announces 24-hour drinking. Freddie says that's not long enough.
True. He was. That's the drunkest I've ever seen a person. Like in public anyway. Like, you imagine there are drunks out there, but they're in an alleyway or something, you know. He was. That's the drunkest I've ever seen someone that's either alive or awake.
So, although the thing is, all I can think of now is the fact that this kind of all dovetails into two things. Obviously, because Freddie Flintoff was in a really big kind of Top Gear accident, wasn't he?
Yeah.
But you know, who else was in a big
his face is still kind of fucked up as well.
Yeah. Because you know who else was in a Top Gear accident was Richard Hammond. And there's a famous joke on Mock the Week where Frankie Boyle says that the drink driving advert should be footage of Richard Hammond trying to remember his wedding day.
Which doesn't quite work because he wasn't drunk.
No, it's true, but I mean...
Oh, no way. First ball to Pope. It was a good one. Moved away from him. Played and missed.
I mean, at least that one moved, right?
Yeah, that one did. Yeah, that did nip away.
I mean, you can definitely expect someone to miss that, like just nipping away off the seam, you know. But you can that's expected to play in this. You don't fucking play an edge a wide one on 7th stump, just wafting in the first over.
True. Or at least you shouldn't if you're a professional cricketer. Hey, and we're off the mark.
No thanks to you, Zach.
True. Yeah, a little nudge into the leg side. Quick single taken. England will not be bowled out for naught in every innings of the Ashes. We can say that for a fact now. Because it wasn't guaranteed with Zach Crawley there. Showing the replay, he caught it with his bollocks.
Impressive.
Yeah, first slip there. It went straight through his hands, and if it weren't for the fact that he has massive genitals, that would have dropped to the floor. Oh, edgy as fuck. First boundary of the series, I think. Is that going to run away?
You have to see it.
Oh, no. Oh, it's slowed up.
Just gonna get a drink, 1 sec, chat. I'll leave Kev to entertain you.
Indeed, yeah. Edgy one through the slip cordon. All along the ground, it wasn't any danger, but and they go back for 3. So we are 4 for 1. Good stuff. Decent delivery again, though. Hopefully, this is the thing though with the Kookaburra. It does do a lot more when it's new. So once the lacquer comes off it, if you can stick around, Zach, there's a chance of making runs. I'm not going to give you commentary on every single delivery. If nothing happens, I'm just going to let it go.
Well, that's the thing, right? That's the thing is that, as you were saying, like if the lacquer comes off, I mean, it's not just the lacquer coming off, but it's also the seam not being pronounced anymore. You know, like it doesn't look like we're going to get much swing, neither conventional nor reverse swing. So basically, their only way of being able to get movement in the air is off the seam. And once the seam degrades, which means Scott Boland will be able to literally do nothing, will just be serving pies all day. There's runs to be had.
Indeed. Indeed, so. No, the numbers and name thing is just disgusting.
Well, I dropped my headphones and missed that.
I was just mentioning the name and number on the back of the shirt. And everything. Like, it used to just be white shirt, and now it's so little of the shirt is white.
Toyota and Tyrrell's.
Yeah. And then there's the maker's mark. Oh. Clipped into the leg side. Oh. Nearly fucked up the running. Get back for a couple. Beauty. So 6-4 on after 2. Like you say, let's just take it as Zach Crawley is a walking wicket. So he's gone. Fine. Other than that, good start.
Exactly. Again, we're one step closer to him being dropped from the team, is all I wanted.
They won't drop him.
No, because of course he went to the right school, didn't he?
Well, he went to the right school, and he was the opening batsman in the Ashes. So the selectors aren't going to be like, well, we're going to admit we completely bollocksed up the selection for the Ashes.
True.
So he at least gets the second test, you would imagine.
Is Luke Wright still the main selector?
I think he is, isn't he?
Fuck me. Like, he was never good.
No.
Like, Luke Wright was never good, and he got picked all the time.
Again, if you've got the right face, if you've got the right, either you went to the right school, or you have the right connections, you've, you've not workshopped, networked in the right, if you've greased the right palms and scratched the right backs.
Well, I was convinced for ages that Sam Cooke had fucked Luke Wright's wife, and that's why he wasn't getting picked.
It did seem odd that various other lesser lights were given a chance, yeah.
Oh, fucking Bryden how is Bryden Cast now a first pick test bowler for England? What's going on here?
I don't know. Again, on. That was loose rubbish from Pope outside the off stump. I think he missed it completely, and luckily did not reach slip either way. Did he get it? Or maybe he did get an edge on it, actually.
Yeah, there's a bottom edge, it looks like.
Oh, little toe ender. Dropped well short of first slip, though.
Like, again, Bryden Carter's first class average was in the 30s. I'm like, if you can't get wickets at under 30 with a Duke's ball in England against county batters, then you shouldn't be playing for England. I'm sorry, not at test level.
Very true.
Because if anything, English bowlers usually have averages that are too low because of the fact that they're playing with a Duke's ball in England against county batters, right?
Yeah.
It belies the actual lack of bowling talent that the England team has basically always had outside of the 2005 to 2015 period, right? There was this, I guess you say 2020 because there was Broad and Anderson for a long time who were just kind of pinnacles of the English bowling attack for the last kind of half a century, But outside of Broad and Anderson, we get the point where outside of that period, was our best bowler Darren Gough? Is that the world that we're in terms of English bowling attacks?
Probably.
I can't think of anyone else. I mean,
Darren Gough did get an Ashes hat trick.
He did.
You gotta say that. And
there was just nobody else. We had the fucking Darren Pattinson and Alex Tudor play as bowlers for England.
Well, I remember in my
lifetime,
in my youth, Andy Caddick bowling for England. He wasn't even the worst of them at all, but just this medium fast nothing bowler, and he played for years.
There was another one of those bowlers in the kind of the Matthew Hoggard clone, which was that if it was conventionally swinging, he would take wickets for fun, and if it wasn't, he was useless because it was just pies. It was slow pies. Yeah. That's what it was. That's why I was looking at some Ashes scorecards and rewatching the 2005 series. And I was like, why has Hoggard only bowled 7 overs? Yeah, because he's only useful at the first half an hour of play.
Basically, yeah. Having mentioned Matthew Hoggard, still my favourite stat ever. The last delivery ever bowled by Shane Warne in Test match cricket was hit to the boundary for 4 by Matthew Hoggard.
Incredible scenes. You'll have to see it.
Just what an ignominious way for a great career to end. An absolute fucking tail end nobody hitting you for 4. Now, to be fair, the following over, Glenn McGrath took the last wicket and they won the Test match, so he probably didn't give a fuck, but, you know, bless him.
Quite so. But yeah, I'm thinking there's that, because I remember Andy Caddick taking 4 in and over against the West Indies.
Nice.
But then again, it was like Wavell Hines. Okay, sure, you've got Wavell Hines' wicket, well done.
True.
Good job.
I'm from Pudsey, the same place as Hoggard. As if, how fucking, like, almost J.K. Rowling-esque naming is, I'm Matthew Hoggard from Pudsey. What kind of English nonsense is that?
And you know what? The worst part, your MP is Rachel Reeves. Oh no.
That's grim. Ugh.
And the worst part is, even in the fucking shitty projections, she predicted to keep her seat.
Oh no, it's grim, isn't it? Who the fuck is voting for these knobheads? Who? Who thinks she's a good MP, let alone a good Chancellor?
It's frustrating, isn't it? I think it's, ironically, the amount of stuff that I kind of been reading into what's happening Labour in the background, I feel like Rachel Reeves isn't even like she's hated for the reasons that like are outside of her control, and not hated for things that are for reasons that are totally within her control, which is really frustrating to me. And that no one listens to my criticisms, and I keep having to defend her from shit criticism because it's the wrong criticism, if you know what I mean.
Did anything actually come from the racism thing in Yorkshire cricket? Not really.
Azim Rafiq got bragging rights about being correct. That's basically it.
Yeah, pretty much.
I didn't know they lost their test match, and then Headingley get removed from like the test match circle, the test match like rotations for a bit.
For like 1 year, wasn't it? Or for one cycle, whatever. Yeah.
Something like that. Jim Sieg asks, is there a link to watch this thing? For legal reasons, I must say you should go to TNT Sports and watch it there.
Yes. Although I'm led to believe, I know I can't possibly suggest that you do this, but I'm led to believe there may be other sites that illegally stream this, and that's a terrible thing. Now, I can't stop anyone from searching for those sites themselves. That's entirely up to you. Lovely shot. Lovely shot.
That was an absolute glorious one.
Yeah,
on his one getting runs.
On his legs a little bit, but pushes through mid-on for the first boundary, the actual first boundary of the series. 10 for 1.
Jenny Jordan, not sure if you've been keeping an eye on chat, but do you have any further response to the 106 billion of interest payments beyond the NEF Richard Murphy's position? Well, even if under like a basic Keynesian perspective, money that you're paying in debt interest when you have spent money on fiscal stimulus previously, those are interest payments that are lower than the returns that your government is getting on the investment made by borrowing the money in the first place, right? Like, it's an illusory figure to say we are paying money in interest payments. I'm like, well, so does every business. Every business pays interest payments on whatever startup loan they got to invest in the productive capacity of the business in the first place. And so if you make, even under a Keynesian perspective rather than an MMC one, if you're making returns on the investment that you've made, as long as that's a return higher than the interest payment, which if it's a government bond, it usually is because they are some of the lowest interest rates available in terms of the yield on the bond, right? Then yeah, it's not a problem that you're paying interest because otherwise because if you'd not borrowed that money, the economy would be smaller and you would have the negative growth minus not having the investment either, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, apparently, if you want to find the link to TNT Sports to legitimately watch this, you can go to Kevin's Discord where it's been posted.
Yeah. Has it?
Yes, apparently, according to Bunky Boy 91.
Okay. Don't advertise capitalist cunts like TNT Sports in my fucking Discord.
Yes, that's exactly the link that's been put. Yeah, terrible.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I see what you've done there. Well, I'm not in control of any of that. Leave me alone, legal people. Nudged into the leg side. Or was it the legs? I can't even fucking remember anymore. For a couple.
I mean, I mean, maybe that's true. We could go full like Radio 4 Longwave and TMS this and actually commentate on the things that are happening in great detail.
If you want to, I mean, I'm more than happy
I
to.
don't want to, but
Okay.
it was a funny suggestion.
Okay.
And Bowling is in, and he bowls it up to the wicket, and they're always pushing it back, and there is no run.
I think I've told this story before, but my Henry Blofeld was my introduction to the concept of posh people.
Really?
Yeah. Oh god, I'll try and make it as evocative as I can. My now late, actually they're both dead. My late I don't even know what relative he is. We just called him uncle, but he was like my dad's cousin's dad or whatever. Anyway, Tommy, he was an Irishman, because all of my fucking family are Irish, obviously, and his friend.
Hence the whole immigrant thing.
Well, indeed, and his friend Roland, and they were only friends. It wasn't like a gay relationship or anything, because that would have been fucking hilarious. Anyway, they had this flat just down the road from us.
glorious.
Oh, lovely shot through mid-off for four of the best. Lovely stuff. Yeah, and they used to smoke roll-ups, and there was always the smell of fried chips and all sorts. It was a really just evocative working-class environment. Anyway, and we'd go around there for like Sunday dinner, and they'd have the cricket on if there was cricket on, TMS and all the rest of it. And I could only have been about 5 or 6 years old. It was one of my first memories. And I remember listening to the voice I now know as Henry Blofeld, but I had no idea who the fuck it was at the time, talking about something or other. The pigeons flying over the grounds are marvellous. Oh, the red buses in the distance, fantastic. You know, all that shit. And I remember thinking, oh, that's a funny voice he's putting on. That's hilarious. Why is he doing that? That's very strange. And then I sort of drifted away, like they were talking about something, my dad or whatever. And then something happened, like either a wicket fell or a four was hit or something like that. And so, talking of fours being hit, glorious cover drive, which isn't going to go for a four again, for fuck's sake. This is heavy outfield. Yeah, so something happened and the commentary sort of spiked up, and so it caught my attention again. And he was still doing the voice. And I was like, this must have been 10 minutes later. I was like, why the fuck is he doing that voice? And I asked my dad, and he went, oh no, he's just a posh bloke. And I went, what's that? And he had to sort of explain the class dynamic of Britain to me very quickly. And I was like, oh, that's mad. Where's he from then? Where do posh people come from? What part of the country do they exist in? Because I'd never met one. I didn't know anyone. I'd never heard anyone speak like that. And then you hear, like, people like Henry Blofeld or the fucking Queen or whoever, and you're like, these are not normal people, But I'd never encountered a posh person before I heard Henry Blofeld talk about cricket.
He's from Hobton in Norfolk.
Oh,
that's a belter.
That's a lovely ball. Just nipping away outside the left-hander's off stump. Through to the keeper. No harm done.
So I love that. I'm just so glad that Henry Blofeld was commenting during the Stuart Broad 8 for 15.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
He was going crazy. It was great.
Absolutely mental. Yeah, I don't think there's anyone you'd prefer more to be in that situation.
Literally,
because his entire bit, like, he can make the really boring bits of cricket seem fantastically exciting and interesting, even though nothing is happening.
he's literally like the total inverse of fucking who's the boring guy from Sky Commentary? Is he so boring I can't remember his fucking name?
Bob Willis.
No,
the now dead Bob Willis, because he was a boring cunt.
No,
fuck man.
He was. I think they're all boring. They're all bad. Like
Nasser Hussain, Mike Atherton.
Mike Atherton is the one I'm thinking.
Right.
Is a specifically very boring one. Like, he seems to make the most interesting cricket moments dull. I mean, I think they're all shit. I think all the Sky commentaries are shit, apart from Bumble. But like, they're all bad.
Both of them has his moments. I don't mind both of them, but like, that's I'm sort of clutching at straws a little bit there, because like you say, they're. I mean, Nasser Hussain is literally just he invented briefcasism, I think. Like, he's the kind of guy who gets excited about the batsman leaving the ball, And that's edge down the leg side. Terrible delivery. 4 runs. Beautiful.
Yeah,
Freebies.
What's that?
Freebies.
Stock bowling to left-handers, and he suddenly becomes useless.
Well, I did not see that coming.
Mm. Whereas, to be fair, at least on the Channel 5 stuff, they have some like commentators who are interesting. Like Mark Nicholas is an interesting commentator. He's fine, but it's what's funny about him is that he's so posh and he doesn't. He talks like someone who isn't posh.
Yeah.
So he'll say things, and I just like this. This sounds so weird. It doesn't seem. Like
Well,
he's like during the Stokes innings in Headingley, he says "No way, man," and it's the weirdest thing I've ever heard someone say.
Well, because he spends a lot of time in Australia and I think in America as well. So he picks up sort of slang terms or like slightly odd ways of doing it. But like you say, it comes out of his voice and he doesn't seem to realise, like you say, it's almost like he's unaware that he's posh. And yeah, he's fantastically posh. Like
yeah, he really is.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I've always enjoyed like having Michael Vaughan. I love Isha Guhar. I love
Yeah, Isha
I've
Guhar's
Alison, I think Alison Mitchell was really good on Radio 4 as well.
True.
I'm trying who others with. They have there's a bunch of
I
other
li-
TMS people I like.
I like the fact that they have like foreign, not just like ex-players. So like if they're playing against like Pakistan, you have like a couple of ex-Pakistani players.
From East Russia.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that sort of thing, which is obviously fair enough because they're going to understand the game, that team, and all the rest of it. But they have like hosts as well, the kind of the main talky person, the commentator, as opposed to the analyst or whatever, as well. And some of those are really good. I've always really enjoyed that. What was oh, for fuck's sake, the white guy from Barbados who's now dead. What's his name? Oh, that's really annoying. I'm gonna have to type in white Barbados dead. That's not gonna be good. Anyway, it always blew my fucking mind when I discovered that he was a white man because he sounded black as fuck. Come on, chat. Someone in chat will know. Unless everyone has gone to bed. I'm not even looking at a number of people or anything.
I really enjoyed the commentators they got for the Caribbean T20. Like they get like Samuel Badri did loads of commentary for the Caribbean 2020, and he was great. Love Samuel Badri.
Tony Cozier. There we
Tony
go.
Cozier, that's the one, yeah.
Yeah.
There's a bunch. I know there's a bunch of other ones that they have on, or they used to have on like Channel 4, like Tony Gregg and Simon Hughes. Is it? They get on.
Yeah, the
analyst.
analyst. Yeah.
Andy Zoltzman.
Yeah, Zoltzman's good as the scorer. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, we've forgotten fucking Macy Boy Spinner. What's his name? On Radio 4.
Who? Sorry, what? What are you talking about?
The commentator they have. I can't have forgotten his name. He was a spinner. He's like he always comments on TMS.
Phil Tufnell.
There is Phil Tufnell, but there's also another one.
There's a different spinner. Graham Swan. No, he's not on there, is he?
No, he does Sky commentary.
He does, yeah. Who are you talking about? I don't know. Anyway. Yeah, the old bloke, yeah, from the 80s or whatever. Yeah. He's like best mates with
Jonathan Agnew.
Well, he's not a spinner.
Was he not?
No, he was a medium fast bowler. No, there was well, he's the main guy as well, isn't he? No. Fuck's sake, he played for Somerset, didn't he? And he's like Agnew's best mate. And I can't remember his fucking name. But anyway, he was a spinner. But no, Agnew is medium fast.
Okay. I mean, there's also other good ones like Adam Mountford and Christopher Martin Jenkins and all that lot.
Isn't he dead, Martin Jenkins? Or have I mixed him
Is
up
he?
with somebody? There might be a different double-barrel name.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's just been played into the offside for a single, and whoever that was nearly broke their fucking knee in the turf. We nearly had a Simon Jones moment.
Oh, Christian Martin Jenkins died in 2013.
There you go. See, I thought he was dead.
Yeah.
I'm the Death Whisperer.
I think Atif Nawaz in as well. I like Atif Nawaz a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, but Tony Cozier was fucking amazing because he's like, I mean, he's dead now, but he sounded like a guy from Barbados because he was a guy from Barbados.
Barbados,
yeah. But yeah, oh, that's a lovely ball again. Over pitch, to be fair, but driven beautifully down the ground for 4 more.
I love watching Australian bowlers go at 6 and over.
Yeah, it's some loose stuff now. Over pitching or on the hip in the previous over. This is, yeah.
Well, I said, like, especially if it's Scott Boland, if it's not seaming, then he's just polling pies. Like, it's just straight deliveries that are not particularly fast.
There've been a couple that have nipped away, but even, I mean, the wicket ball didn't do anything.
I mean, that was the start, to be fair.
Well, exactly, yeah. But it hasn't been, like, prodigious movement at all. Oh, having said that, they've just beaten the bat again.
Well, this was a terrible shot.
Yeah, it was awful. Well, that's the thing, yeah. And this is, I think, probably the reason, because of the proliferation of 2020 cricket. The players don't leave the fucking ball anymore. They're just so desperate to have to get bat on ball all the time.
Well, to be fair, that is the strategy, is the Bazball era. But then again, the Australians don't seem to do it either. I feel like the only team that is good at leaving are the Indians, because you can't not learn how to leave properly if you're batting on Indian pitches.
Having just been bowled out for 93, they're very good at leaving the crease, it would appear.
True.
Going back to the fucking hutch. Yeah, that was fucking wank. Because if you get bowled out by a 36-year-old white boy spinner in India, that's it. Honestly, you should lose your passport as an Indian for that. That's you disgrace the nation.
Simon Harmer just has so much experience, because all he's been doing is like just bowling like over after over in county cricket for like the last 100 years.
True, but he's also shit. Like, there's no way you should get bowled out for 93 to someone like that. Like, Graham Swan was a quality spinner, so as a white boy in India doing well, turning the ball, that's fine. But that's not acceptable.
I mean, didn't Joe Root get a 5 for in India?
He did, yeah. Didn't he get? Was it 3 in 1 over or 3 in 8 balls or something like that?
It's like I think it was also 5 for 8.
5 for 8.
Yeah, it was. It was 5 for 8. Yeah.
That's bad. That's really fucking bad.
Yeah, as I said, it was in Ahmedabad.
Because again, Graham Swan was a legitimate spinner. He actually got revolutions on the ball. Joe Root turns his arm over. It's fine. It's perfectly acceptable, like part-time spin, but he doesn't tweak the ball at all, really.
I feel like Joe Root almost spins the ball as much as Jack Leach does.
True. Who also isn't really a spinner. Yeah,
No,
that is true. Like, they are slow bowlers.
I feel like the only person who's actually really properly given it revolutions, who's played for England in the last 20 years, has been Kevin Peterson.
No, Graham Swan definitely did.
And that's true.
100%.
That's true. But I mean,
he did turn the ball properly, or at least before his hands fell to pieces.
That's true. But the thing is, even then, he never really ripped it though. He was just an absolute master at bowling the right ball at the right time. He outfoxed so many batsmen. He was a real genius.
Because he took a decade to learn his craft in the county game.
Yeah,
Whereas
exactly.
fucking Bethel has played 10 first-class matches, half of which are tests. That's silly.
So stupid.
That's
It's
fucking
stupid, isn't it?
ridiculous. Honestly, there should be some limit. You can't play for England until you've played 30 first-class matches. Get a couple of seasons under your belt, and then you can play. Ooh, flashed outside the stop.
I think Jacob Ethel played more first-class matches before being selected for Test than Washington Sundar.
True. Well, it's all very strange. Flashed outside.
Well,
Good stop by Gully for a single. So go on. Go on.
For people who don't follow cricket, Washington Sundar is a real name.
A real name of a real Indian, yes.
Indeed.
Which is always weird, because for some reason they go with Washington as his name. So the name's like, on the team sheet, it's like Siraj and, Patel or whatever, and then Washington. Which just looks a bit out of place. What's his name? The English lad who plays for Hungary in the football. And he's called something like Doyle. It's very, very odd. Go on, sorry, yeah.
I was going to say, there's also a genuine Indian cricketer who plays in the Ranji Trophy called Napoleon Einstein.
Fuck yes. In Brazil are brilliant for that. Because obviously most Brazilian sports people go by like, that's how LBW. It did look good.
Yeah, that looks very, very.
Unless he's got an edge on that, that's.
Well, he's reviewed very quickly, but you've got to assume that that's because he's just like, fuck it, got 3 of them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
On 21 from 19, basically got a century.
Yeah.
That's I remember that very clear, the very important thing that that they said about Michael Vaughan getting out for 26 or something in 2005. The commentators at the time said, "Yeah, if you're in the 20s, you're looking at 100." It's true. You should be.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to start. You're in. Absolutely. Does he hit this? I don't think he does.
Nowhere near. Is it going down, maybe? I don't think so, but it seems like the only thing that would save him.
I don't think he hits that, no.
It's nowhere near. Yeah, it's nowhere near.
All the angle? Nope. Hitting.
Nope. Flush, losing the review as well.
Oof. Okay, well, that's it. You lose a wicket, you lose a review. Not a good situation. So
I've just found out my friend is paying $3,000 to ship a cat.
To ship a cat?
Well, yeah, she's moving to the UK, but she has a cat.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like they were importing a cat or something.
Yeah, no, but she has to ship the cat, and shipping the cat costs $3,500.
That is a lot of. What dollars are we talking? Which denomination?
American dollars.
Yeah, okay, so about $3,000.
Yeah, about $3,000. Yeah.
That's a lot of money, man. But it's. I mean, Rory Katz was a member of my family. God bless him. So yeah, England 33 for 2. I was saying about Brazilian names. They do this. It's not just in sport where they have like people called Fred or whatever, or indeed my new favourite Brazilian footballer who recently signed for Fulham for like £35 million, Kevin, which is not the name of a sports person. Yeah, his name is Kevin. It's not really. It's like his real name's like Edson de Francis de blah 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 blah, but he goes by Kevin. Anyway, it's like a thing across Brazilian society because they do this in politics as well, where you don't have to stand. You don't have to stand under your own name, just as long as you consistently use the name you give as the thing, right? So you can basically make up any old shit, and they do. So, like, there are dozens of people who will stand as Lula da Silva, and there are dozens of people who will stand as Bolsonaro. There was 2 people called Adolf Hitler. In state elections in Brazil, you can just run as any person, so they do. They just make up crazy ass names and just go with that. There are loads of people called like Barack Obama and all sorts because they're trying to get like notoriety. It's sort of I imagine it much like the way in which the Monster Raving Loony Party sort of do it. A for the bants and played and missed first ball. Joe wrote there. Partly for the banter and partly for like notoriety. They want to be noticed. So if you call yourself Adolf Hitler, you don't have to have Adolf Hitler's politics. You just call yourself that because you know it's going to make the papers. Adolf Hitler is running in fucking Amazonia state or whatever, or Amazonas or whatever it's called.
Yeah. It was speaking of the Brazilian elections. I remember looking at a voting map, and it was just like crazy. You just have these like big red splodges in the north east and in like the midwest of Brazil. Right, you've got the highly populated urban areas all vote for Lula, and you've got all of the rainforesty areas all vote for Lula, and then this sea of blue everywhere else to vote for Bolsonaro. It's really weird.
Oh, shit ball again on his fucking legs. Clipped away.
Yeah,
for a
Boland's
couple.
looking crap, isn't he?
It's very, very ordinary.
Remember Jeffrey Boycott taking the piss out of Jackson Bird on the commentary?
True.
I'm a grandma could that was sticky rhubarb.
Still, honestly, my favourite piece of commentary ever was I think it might have been Agnew, but I can't remember, and Boycott, and it was just after the Iraq War, right? So we're talking like 2004, 5, something like that, and one of the things was the increased security checks outside the ground because of terrorism and all this sort of stuff, and so you know, all the commentators had their sort of say on, oh, it took ages to get into the ground, and they're all fucking whinging. And Boycott said, Boycott in his bit, like, it was raised again when he was on commentary, and he was like, well, Tony Blair were told, wasn't he? He said, you go into Iraq, there's going to be loads of problems, isn't there? There's going to be increased amounts of terrorism and blah, blah, blah. And you can tell Agnew's desperately trying to get him to shut the fuck up, distract him in any way you can. Oh, is that a potential run out? Oh, we're going to... He was hit straight back at the bowler and he deflected it onto the stumps. We could have one of those horrible run-outs.
Oh, no. It's the talisman.
Oh, God. Well, it's gone to the DRA, or the fourth
Third
umpire.
umpire.
Yeah.
Fourth umpire.
No, yeah, third.
Third umpire.
Yeah, I'm thinking fourth official. I'm football pilled. Let's have a look. I assume he does get a touch on it. Yeah, he does.
Yeah, absolutely.
So is he back in his crease?
I mean, I'd like to see, please. Yeah,
he's safe.
fine.
He's fine. Okay, good.
He's fine.
Well back. Anyway, yeah. Anyway, so the what was I going to say? Yeah, the oh yeah, so he's going on about all terrorism, blah blah blah, and it's so the line was something like, he shouldn't have gone into that illegal war, then should he? And then the Agnew saying, and the ball is pushed out into the offside, and there's no run, as a response to that sentence, and I just blew my fucking mind. I mean, cricket is just a different world.
Yeah. I mean, it takes a change from them interjecting with commentary between discussions about cake.
Oh, God, yeah. Oh, the viewers from Saffron Walden have sent us in a lovely fruitcake. Oh, fuck off.
Ambushed.
I'd rather fucking die than listen to Jonathan Agnew wank on about a peach Melba or whatever. Is that a cake? I don't even know.
I'd say it's like a dessert, right? I mean, I don't know if it's ice cream. I don't know. Either way, well, the thing is, speaking of like a rock wall, I saw loads of. It really tilted me at my skin. I was watching like a video of this woman.
Oh, lovely! Overpitched again, but
beautiful.
Driven down the ground for 4 more.
Yeah.
The Aussies, they're leaking runs.
It's great. There was this video about someone who'd been endorsed by Zohran Mamdani, essentially saying, well, 9/11 was a very small attack in a wider campaign of terror that America inflicted on the Middle East, and they brought it upon themselves. I was going, I can't believe we're importing Islamism into America. And I was like, no, she's just correct.
Yeah.
It's just like obvious, like in the moment that the towers fell, Americans felt a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of the loss that had been felt by all of the victims of American imperialism for the last 100 years, right? Just it now happens on your soil. You're the special small bean who can't have a terrorist attack. And I'm just like, mate, just fucking bitch made America. Just get some, perspective.
Honestly, the entire destruction of the Middle East was America coping and seething. Embarrassing.
Yeah, literally. How dare you inflict upon us what we inflicted upon you?
Exactly. Like, I mean, people going about, if a terrorism happens in the West, you hear nothing but it. Like, I mean, fucking Charlie Kirk gets shot, and it's the talk of everyone for a couple of weeks at least. Whereas there are bombs that go off in Iraq and Afghanistan and various other places every week, and you never hear a fucking peep about it. Just doesn't make the news.
Exactly. I mean, the history of the power vacuum that got left in Iraq because of the invasion, and Afghanistan because of the invasion that created this huge
ISIS
insurgents. Yeah,
ISIS wouldn't be possible without that. For all of his faults, and they were many with Saddam Hussein, ISIS would not have been possible.
Oh my god, just had this pop up on my feed. Fact check, is Mamdani introducing Arabic numerals into New York schools? God, America was a mistake.
America was a mistake. Talking of Mamdani, hang on. I'll show. You can either watch it on stream or just take my word for it, whatever. I've got merch. I've got Mamdani merch.
Hey.
This was paid for by my loyal viewers. I've got 2 t-shirts. I've got a flag coming as well. I've got the front page of the New York Post from the following day on a red t-shirt.
Oh my god, that's so good.
That's an absolute fucking belter, right?
Banger.
And then I've got another one which I quite like, which is a green one with Bodega Cats for Zoran.
Oh my god.
Which is...
I thought the Bodega Cats were voting for Sleeper.
No, cats would never vote for a fascist. Cats are awesome.
But I thought cats were the most fascist animal.
No, cats are libertarians, absolutely dependent on other people, and yet convinced entirely of their independence.
True.
And dumb as fuck. So, I mean, they're just libertarian to the core. Although they do appreciate a good beret. You can't knock a beret. Even if it does leave you with a tan line across your fucking forehead, you mental bastard.
No, just simply, did you see the election wins and losses tonight? I did see that the Green Party won in fucking Macclesfield.
Oh, nice.
Not us, something I expected to say.
Yeah, no, that is a bit odd from my understanding. Yeah. Genuine question: why is a black cat a symbol of anarchism? I don't know. I genuinely don't know why that is.
Yep.
Why are they showing us the number of meters between 2 players randomly?
I'm showing the commentary that we're not listening to is explaining it.
Yeah, but what's the relevance? I mean, that's just arbitrary distance between 2 fielders. What difference? Are they saying that's the gap in the offside, I guess? Which, I mean, yeah, okay, you're trying to get him driving through the offside. It's the first day of a test match. Yeah, okay. Oh, is that gone? Did that carry? I'd be wanting to have a look at that. Either
Definitely.
way, it's been edged and, it's been given apparently. And there's no challenge by the looks of it. So, yeah, okay, he's out then. Fuck's sake, Root.
Oh,
yeah, carried fucking out. It looked like he caught it on the ground. But yeah, no, that's just poor batting again. So, Root goes for fuck all. Sachin Tendulkar can breathe a sigh of relief. He's not getting beaten anytime fucking soon.
No.
Anyway, and on that note, I will leave you for just a second to go and relieve myself, as it were.
Enjoy.
Indeed.
Just check out the Arabic numerals thing. It's like this. Is this actually a thing that people? Is it really causing Americans to speculate that there's Arabic being taught because they're using Arabic numerals? You're right, KJ. How you doing? Good to see you. Claims circulate in social media alleging New York Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani is pushing legislation to require the use of Arabic numerals in the state's public schools has raised a few eyebrows. Newsweek has contacted representatives of Mamdani for comment via email outside of regular working hours. Appears to stem from misunderstanding. Some social media users have taken it very seriously. 14 million views from Polymarket tweeting about it. Oh yeah, I saw the Laura Loomer. You know things are bad when you can't tell if it's a joke. It sounds like one of your wind-ups on Facebook. I mean, ironically, it is the people from Facebook who are getting mad at the thing because it's the kind of Facebook boomers who would not realise A, that it's a joke, and B, that Arabic numerals are the numerals we already use. No worries, Katie. No worries, Katie. Part of the night shift as well. That was like so many things from that nation, extremely down to earth and very funny. I mean, honestly, the fact that Newsweek are contacting the Mamdani campaign office, going, "Are you teaching Arabic numerals?" We already do that. We already do that. How long until the...
What did I miss?
Us laughing at Mamdani's pledge to teach Arabic numerals.
Brilliant. I love explaining to people who... Oh, Jesus Christ, that another one? Nope.
First Nitin Menon, and I trust his judgment on every wicket.
Yeah.
Second best umpire in the world, apart from Michael Goff.
I don't know that I have a ranking. I don't know that
I mean, to be fair, most umpiring nowadays is kind of it's fine. Like there are very few Steve Buckners nowadays.
Oh, Steve Buckner, you've done him dirty there.
I mean, he was funny, but he was genuinely rubbish.
True.
I mean, I feel like the three big ones when it comes to bad umpires have always been Steve Buckner, Darrell Hare, and Murray Erasmus, and basically you don't see them very often nowadays.
Yeah, Darrell Hare was a fucking disgrace.
He was awful. ICC umpire elite panel. Who's on the current elite panel?
And I'm going to say it now. Simon Talfall was overrated.
He was overrated. Yeah, he was. Current elite panel of ICC umpires: Rod Tucker, Kumar Damasino, Richard Kettleborough, Richard Illingworth, Paul Rifle, Chris Gaffney, Nitin Menon, Ahsan Raza, Adrian Holdstock.
Who?
Yeah, I don't know who that is. Shafadullah.
Oh, nice.
Alex Worf and Alahuddin Palake.
Nice. Brendan Doggett. Averages of 21, 24 and fucking hell, 14.69. Nice.
I'm not surprised he got picked then if he's on such a good run of form.
True. No, it's pretty good.
It's crazy. We're just mocking Darrell Hare and Steve Buck. They were both of them at one point on the elite panel of ICC umpires.
Of course they were. I imagine, genuinely, considering how bad some of the umpiring was, say back in the 90s or even 80s or whatever, before like the games were like a massive inside edge, why are you even appealing? I suppose you're on debut, you could appeal for everything. Before the games were even filmed or televised or whatever. Some of the umpiring must have been atrocious.
I mean, with the county circuit, umpiring is usually pretty bad.
Oh, that's an awful ball. Tickled down the leg side for leg buys. They will take it.
My favourite Talking Head song, Papa Leg By.
Jesus Christ.
Sorry, chat. I'll
Yeah,
shut up now.
that's a very 3 a.m. joke. So 43 for 3, the end of the over. And yes, I'm going to defy the Australian scoring system for the entire series. You can suck my dick.
Yes, it can. Likewise. Yes, thank you, Connie of Dakar. I did notice it. I was busy with Navarra today, but I will respond.
To what?
An email.
Oh, right.
Well, thank you for reminding me.
So,
I keep hearing ICC umpires. I'm like, the International Criminal Court has umpires. I know that the ICC also stands for International Cricket Council. Helena, does the rest of your family like cricket? My dad does. My dad likes cricket.
my family are Irish, so no. Apart from, like I say, my now late uncle. Oh,
I mean,
outrageous Basbalian nonsense.
Love to see it. I mean, to be fair, the Irish cricket team have come on leaps and bounds recently.
True, but it's still posh wankers.
They're doing a sterling job.
Hey.
Helena, who's your favourite cricketer? I mean, depends whether like playing now or historically. My favourite historical cricketer was always Mahela Jayawardene.
Oh, I got to see him play for Warwickshire briefly. Lovely passman.
Nice. Love to see that. Love to see that. As for current favourite cricketer playing now, it's tough. Because it would have been Jimmy Anderson, but obviously he retired recently. It's difficult. Probably Rashid Khan.
Not Mahela Jayawardene. I'm thinking of Kumar Sangakkara. Sorry, different player.
Just as good though.
Very good. Decent wicketkeeper as well.
Absolutely. Part of Stuart Broad's second hat trick.
True.
There's the hat trick that he didn't realise that he'd got. He has to be reminded by the umpires that he got a hat trick. It was very funny.
How did that work out?
Because he got Kumar Sangakkara at the end of one over, and then at the start of the next over, he got out Dinesh Chandimal and Sharminda Aranga. And after the Aranga wicket, he's just like calmly celebrating, and the umpires go, you got Sangakkara out last over? Take the ball? Hat trick? He's like, oh, I guess I did.
Mitch Stark has taken his 100th Ashes wicket. It's pretty special. Can't have been many blokes who've got that many.
There's a real stark difference between the bowlers on the Australian side today.
I'm not even going to just not justify, dignify. I'm certainly not going to fucking justify. Jesus.
Well, they have a soft spot for a lot of the Afghan players. Also a big fan of their I shouldn't really be a big fan of Mujib because he does what he does. He's part of the trend that I hate of defensive spin bowlers who would never be picked for a first class game, but just happen to be good at 2020. But again, I also praised Samuel Badri earlier this stream, so I can't really comment, can I? Tell you what, my favourite cricket match though. My favourite cricket match. I don't know if you did you ever watch this, Kev? That there was a 2020 World Cup qualifier between Ireland and the Netherlands.
Okay.
And the Netherlands had to score 195 in 13 overs or some shit
What the
to qualify
fuck?
for the World Cup, and they scored it in 12 overs.
That's mental.
It was crazy. It was crazy stuff.
So now, coaching, it wasn't a sterling effort.
No, it wasn't. There was a very similar match. There was another one of my favourites between.
Ooh. Cuts aggressively over the slip cordon for 4 more. The 50 for
Nicely
England
done.
is up for the loss of just 3.
But only 3. There's another 2020 match of a similar vein between Mumbai and Rajasthan in 2014, where they had to chase 200 odd in 13 overs, and they didn't get there in the requisite amount of overs. And there's this big fucking frantic stuff going on in the background. And they realised, well, actually, if we score a 6 off this next ball, even though technically we would lose if we scored the target, because we're counting the 6 as all the runs, we would be counting the net run rate from a different number than the target. So we actually have a few extra deliveries, but we can't score any singles, because that would mean that the score would be calculated from the target and not the over the target they would have gotten by scoring a boundary, which is a very, very fun game, where Corey Anderson scores like 95 in 30 balls or some shit.
That's fucking silly. That's not even cricket at that point.
I mean, I remember when the IPL was launched, someone on Cricket Info describing it as a neon-coloured Bollywood cricket musical on steroids.
Well, it basically is. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I don't like 50 over cricket because it's a bit shit. 20 over cricket, like, I can watch it, don't get me wrong, but I watch it as a completely different sport because it isn't cricket.
No, and that's the thing, is that like ODIs is kind of pointless, really.
Yeah, the
Because-
50 over format needs to die. It can't, it can't.
It's just, why would you have like half a test match when you could, if you're going to have a short form game, just play 2020?
Yeah, basically. Because basically the 20 over format takes out the really shit middle overs that no one cares about and doesn't want to watch, and is just boring and
Exactly.
where they'll nudge it for 4 singles in an over, and you're just like, what am I watching? What's the point of this? Greens elect. There you go, Mr. Kev the handsome. What? What are you talking about? You bumbleclot.
6 Bumper Ross Clot, Pussy Bumper Blood Clot Egg. Have you seen that clip?
No, I have not.
Please, I mean, Kev, you have to just quickly search for 6 Bumper Clot Egg. It's an excellent clip.
6. Okay. Do you want to link me to that? To do that in the Discord, because I can't. For the purposes of not fucking bandwidth, I don't have the other chat open. I'm watching the chat from my OBS.
That's fair. That's fair.
It's the Morton is one of Helena's mods. No, I'm aware of It's the Morton as a character because they've popped into my chat many times. They've been very generous with me, but yeah, I can't really get the link up. The Scottish Greens count is at 11:30. What are you talking about? Scottish Greens are due to be quite popular in the next Scottish elections. That is true. Although the SNP are going to run it, but yeah.
I mean, it looks like it's going to the next year's Holyrood election is going to be an absolute mess because the SNP are basically going to take every constituency vote, so the list vote is going to be basically everyone's game.
Yeah, pretty much. Doug get in for his second over. So far, it doesn't look particularly special, but you know, it's debut. And yes, I said it like an Australian.
He certainly seems to be bowling better than Boland at any rate. There's polling that Scottish Greens might be second in constituency votes. Yeah, I'm really hyped if that happens.
Clubbed into the offside for a single. It's not always pretty, Bazball. But it is at least exciting.
Oh, did you see what's happening with Grok today?
No, what is happening with Grok today?
Oh, so basically it became a meme where people were asking Grok ludicrous questions where it's just like, who was better for humanity, Jesus or Elon Musk? And obviously for every answer it said that Elon was better than everybody else.
Of course
and
it did, yeah.
It was just fucking hilarious. People just trying to find like the dumbest thing, like who would win in a piss drink? Who in the world would be the best at a piss drinking contest? It's like, well, clearly the best person in the world at drinking piss would be Elon Musk.
True. Whereas we know, of course, the best piss drinker ever would be Trump. The best ever. People have said he might be the best in the entire universe.
People say that they couldn't drink piss as wet as me. I've never drunk any piss before, but if I did, I'd be the best at it. You'd better see me drinking the piss. All those other piss drinkers, they're a bunch of losers. You're such a loser because you can't drink piss as well as Donald Trump. No, even though I've never done it, I know I'd be better.
That is pretty decent. That is pretty decent.
But yeah, it was genuinely fucking hilarious. I was on the train, like reading the Grok tweets, and I could not stop laughing. And people must have thought that I was being fucking insane.
You know who does an absolutely pitch perfect Donald Trump impression? That you wouldn't.
Who does?
The African American actor Jamie Foxx does a genuinely, like, almost eerily good Trump. It's exceptional. There are some clips of him on YouTube if you want to go and check that out yourselves.
Definitely.
Everybody. But yeah. I'm not sure about this red circles around the field as Lark. God, that's not Test match cricket. He's just stepped way outside his leg stump and clipped it through the offside for 4. Look, it's a 2020 game. I mean, it's effective, I guess, but...
I mean, it depends. I mean, there's a thing where I think we've not kind of touched on in basketball, is that when it comes to the kind of bowlers that it's good against, it's those kind of rhythm bowlers that it really puts off. That's why Stark's been effective. He's not a rhythm bowler. He's a strike bowler, right? Like, he's not putting pressure on. He's just bowling quick and fast and trying to swing it into the stumps, you know. So if you sometimes you'll just be too slow on it and you'll nick off, right? But someone who's just trying to hold up an end with like line and length just gets absolutely carted by it because they're not got any real answers, because you know they're not supposed to be variations bowling in Test cricket. You don't pick variations bowlers to bowl in Test cricket, you know.
Yeah.
Like
exactly, you're supposed to deliver the same ball 6 times in the same spot, basically.
Yeah, top of off.
Exactly, Glenn McGrath made one of the great careers of all time doing just that.
Just being hyper accurate 100% of the time.
Just hit the same like 50 pence piece on the floor every single time.
Just slightly change your seam position or your pace and just catch them out. And that was all he needed to do over and over and over again.
Yep. Good leave. Solid leave.
A leave.
Having mocked Nasser Hussain for being excited about a leave, I got a little bit excited about a leave there. They actually left the ball.
True, but it's a difference between getting excited about like Craig Brathwaite leaving than it is about Harry Brook leaving or someone's playing basketball leaving.
True. And that ball was way outside and he could leave it on length as well. But other than that, and again. See, part of the problem with my sleeping as well is I've agreed to do turn left tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
Which is like, that's fine. I want to do it, but like it just means as soon as this finishes, I go straight to sleep, and then I've got to wake up at 5 in the afternoon or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh God. Full degen.
I'll have to be up at a normal time tomorrow as well because I've got an interview tomorrow.
Oh, with whom about what?
Some influencer from TikTok. I don't know if it's an influencer, just political guy. Somebody talks about politics on TikTok,
Okay.
and he was contacted by some organization about trying to get progressive content creators, giving them skills and funding, blah 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 blah, whatever it is. And he ended up in a Zoom call with this organization. There was a fucking Israeli agent or some shit in the Zoom call trying to corral all this kind of stuff here, and the people were getting. So essentially, the sponsorship, which included somebody from an organization which got links to people with links to Israel. So I'm going to interview him about what the long and short what that is, because obviously I didn't explain it particularly well because I, want to get him to give you the full story. But he went undercover with Declassified.
Oh, nice.
So I'm going to be talking to him about what went on there, and it should be a very interesting one. Definitely worth tuning in.
Yes, do that. What time's that happening?
What about 8 p.m?
Oh, okay.
8-9 p.m. Maybe it's after turn left. Maybe do it from 9 if there's a turn left tomorrow.
Fair dues. Punch down the ground. Is it timed well enough?
Will Pope reach the boundary? No.
No. You're not getting full value for your shots here.
But you're getting extra. You're maximising the running time for the fielders in the Australian heat.
That is true. I'll be honest, I am flagging.
Well, I'm basically just how tired I am during the day every day.
True.
I miss being below the age of 30, and there was times when I just wasn't tired. I remember I forget what that felt like.
Yeah. I remember feeling a thing called energy. It used to be a thing that existed.
Those were the days, eh?
Indeed.
Can people donate to my Patreon, please? Obviously, you just listen to me and Kev rattle on about nothing whilst watching the cricket that you're not watching, but I like money.
Yeah. You can give us both money in the form of the bits and subs and memberships, and you fucking end me. I gave it the big sell there, I think.
To be fair, we did cover 70% of question time tonight as well.
We
We
did
did actually do the content that people actually subscribe to us for. It wasn't just us sitting here wittering on about nothing whilst we watch cricket.
True. Fucking awful piece of cricket there. Way too close to be cutting that. And missed it. And yeah, just rubbish. Well, it did move away a bit, to be fair. But still far too close to be cutting out.
So would you have a £400 trans tax this month? I mean, I have I want people to donate to my Patreon so I can pay my trans tax as well.
True. Well, that's what the T in VAT stands for, isn't it?
Value added trans.
Yeah.
You know what? Being trans has added plenty of value to my life.
Nice.
But yeah, I mean, luckily mine's not quite that expensive. I only have my 140 quid for my trans tax, but I feel your pain, Jordan.
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
Wakey wakey. Oh, wait. It's 3:30 in the morning.
Thank you, Wayward Historian, for a donation there. Much love. Clip through the leg side, shite ball, 4 runs. And then England's starting to just make a little bit of progress. 63 for 3. When I say a little bit of progress, they're scoring perfectly well. It's just obviously they've lost 3 wickets.
So your second GD appointment, so you can hopefully get a GRC and get the hell out when reform happens. I'm Touche, Jordan Touche. And that's, I should really look into getting a passport changed. Because what's interesting, I was looking at some legal arguments that Bridget Phillipson's been making, and she looks like she's getting more pro-trans now, which is something at least. Just ignoring, just trying literally giving answers with regards to the Good Law Project's kind of intervention on this stuff, which seemed to be more pro-trans than I was expecting from Bridget Phillipson, which is not nothing.
True, but we just had that guidance thing from the government where they're going to be potentially...
They've not... The thing is, the government say that they're not going to publish it until the EHRC have given them an equality impact assessment, which of course EHRC don't want to do, because their equality impact assessment would be, this means trans people will not be able to live properly, so that means they can't be vice right, so it's going to be stuck in limbo for ages, it looks like. If you have a supportive GP, I can send you an exact template you need. Got mine changed like a month or two after coming out. Yeah, I do have a supportive GP.
Slashed outside the off stump. You'll be hearing a lot of that this winter. Down to what was almost the boundary, and I didn't see exactly how many runs they did get, but 2 or 3.
What's that? Ollie Pope didn't get the boundary again?
It's almost like he can't time the fucking ball to save his life. But he's still there. He's on 33. God bless him.
I told you Pope would be doing well.
Well, he should do. He's got the ire of God. Heyo. Because that's a Pope joke. That is a theologically sound joke.
They're engaging in papal humour.
True. I'm legitimately amused by the exhaustion-based sarcastic tone of your voice. Thank you. Yeah. It's not. I'm not doing a bit. This is about as raw and as I get, to be honest. Yeah.
Raw, uncensored Kevin Logan.
Exactly. This is Logan with the chains off or whatever. Yeah.
Have you considered doing a spin-off channel called Kevin Logan Paul?
Where I do racism and laugh at suicides or something? What do you mean?
Can you do like an opposite version of that?
What? Well, I basically already do that. I already am not racist and don't laugh at suicides. So well, okay. Okay. To be fair, some suicides are funny.
I mean, you said you'd finger the corpse of Hitler, and you know what? That's not very men's mental health of you, is it?
It's true. It's true. On men's International fucking Mental Health Day, to laugh at the suicide of a leader who was under a lot of stress at the time.
Exactly. Again, please don't clip that out of context.
No, please do. Fuck it. I don't care anymore.
There'll definitely be something for that. Definitely something to put on the out of context Twitter account. Like, you're mocking the suicide of Adolf Hitler. That's not very men's mental health of you.
True. Someone needs to do a timestamp of us watching the cricket and the fucking nonsense we talk, because there's going to be some absolute dog shit produced over the course of this series.
KJ asks, how is Question Time better watched these days, and what were you watching, listening to, have interest? Oh, we're watching The Ashes at the moment, KJ. When it comes to Question Time, we didn't talk about immigration, obviously.
No, because he never gets talked about. Never, ever.
Never talk about immigration. And even what's crazy, right, is after like fucking 6 weeks of just constantly talking about immigration every week, Ella Whelan will go, "Oh, thank you, Subhana Mahmood, for giving a voice to people who want to talk about migration." I'm like, it's literally all we talk about. It's literally all we fucking talk about.
Yeah, another piece of. I mean, that's not cricket. It's just. What the fuck is he trying to do there? Yeah, that's just rubbish. You're still there though. He's still there. At least if you're going to play dog shit shots, at least miss it.
Oh, when went political newsy terms. I mean, well, that's all we watched was Question Time tonight. Although we was on Novara hosting earlier today, so I covered the Andy Burnham leadership stuff. I had two interesting interviews. An interview with one of the people who had their convictions of harassment of a Labour MP overturned.
Oh yeah, I did see that.
And I had not a debate, it was an actual free exchange of ideas with Aditya Chakraborty over wealth taxes and the economic policy prospectus coming from the left. One of the precious few good reasons to read The Guardian anymore. Aditya Chakraborty.
Beauty. Again, a little bit overpitched, but absolutely timed.
See, that's a proper shot.
Yeah, that again, yeah, it's
Proper shot.
proper test match shot, yeah. The ball was overpitched, so he fucking slaps it down the ground. Lovely.
Speaking of proper job, that's where was that the phrase I was saying came from in a Cornish accent. Where the fuck did Scrap Heap Challenge go? What's happened? Why do we not get? Why did they get rid of Scrap Heap Challenge?
I don't know. It was a very good show, and I can't imagine the budget was massive. Like,
no.
Essentially, you hire out a scrapyard and film. Like, you do need some equipment and stuff, obviously, but like, by and large, the actual talent, as it were, are just random people who like soldering and things, you know. Just welders and fucking weird people. And Crichton, to be fair.
You see the news agents have started posting AI photos of themselves as their YouTube thumbnails, and I swear they put one that made Emily Maitlis look like gasified Crichton.
Oh, God. To be fair, she always had a slightly robotic look to her anyway.
True. It's coming back, called Zap Heap Challenge. It started filming last month. Well, how fantastic!
And if he doesn't become Prime Minister, Zach Heap Challenge.
Zach Heap Challenge.
Let's go. I don't know what that would mean, really, but I would watch that nonsense. Flicked away to long leg for a single. 71 for 3.
So if they're bringing back Scrap Heap Challenge, all they need to do is bring back Robot Wars again, and my entire childhood TV watching will be complete.
True. Are there any other shows hosted by former Red Dwarf characters that we could make? Did Chris Barry could bring back? What was it? The British Empire. We're just doing Red Dwarf related spin-off bits. Well, not spin-offs, but you know what I mean. Other elements of their career.
Holy shit, they're getting Colin Firth to host the new Scrap Heap Challenge. That is such a catch.
Colin Firth? Mr. Oh, sorry, I thought it was Colin Firth. I was like, what? Mr. Darcy? What?
No, Colin Firth is a YouTuber who does like
No, I know, but I thought I misheard you. I thought you said Colin Firth.
Yeah.
Which would have been a mental fucking get, yeah.
Although, to be fair, like, Scrap Heap Challenge wouldn't really be the same without
Colin Firth.
without Colin Firth.
I'm not watching unless the King's Speech guy is in there. I'm not fucking interested. A lot of bollocks.
Lisa Rogers was the one who made Scrap Heap Challenge.
Yes, she was fucking awesome. Yeah. Oh, that's such an obvious fucking AFL pitch type shape.
It is, yeah.
You're supposed to have circular pitches. Or fields, I suppose, whatever. Not ovals.
Well, I kind of like the fact that cricket grounds are all kind of weird in misshapen. Like, I love that Cardiff just has this massive fucking great giant outfield on only one side.
Yes, yeah, true. Clicked away
is that-
for another single. Go on, sorry.
Is that Peep Challenge is a revival of the original show, but with a focus on electric power instead of internal combustion engines. Oh, it's gone woke.
Oh, fucking DEI.
What like a woke Keep Challenge?
Yeah. They may say LED, but I say DEI. Boom. Quality.
Sorry, what's the other joke you made about the white poppy? It was like, I want to support people who die DIE to not DEI'd.
True. That was one of my proudest moments. Because
was
that's
so
a
good.
legitimately quite a clever joke.
Yeah.
On the fly.
So it's got Robert Llewellyn with Colin Firth hosting, and with
Colin
industry experts
Firth?
like with industry experts like Richard Morgan and Anne Kloppenborg, which is the fucking greatest name I've ever
That's
heard.
an amazing name. What a Chad name. Fuck yes.
Kloppenborg.
That's... I'm sorry. Is that a fucking Muppets character? Fuck yes.
It reminds me of that. There's a cheese I really wanted. There's a Swedish cheese I really want to try because it sounds exactly like the cheese I would like. Really kind of strong and mature and hard cheese, called Västerbottensost. I really want to try some, and not just because of the name.
But at least in part because of the name.
At least in part because of the name. But it sounds fantastic in terms of the actual kind of the type of cheese that Västerbottensost is.
Did you hear about the latest internet outage with Cloudflare, where down detector went down? I don't even know what some of those words mean. No, I didn't, is the answer then. You may as well have just asked that in Russian, for as intelligible as it was to me. Ooh. Yeah, the tree at Canterbury, yeah. Oh, didn't they take it out in the end? Because there used to be a tree in the outfield, and if the ball went into the actual what do you call it, the branches, it was a 6, and if it hit the trunk of it, it was a 4.
This is the backyard cricket keeps coming up my TikTok feed. I'm just reading the description of this cheese. It sounds so good. Hard cow's milk cheese with holes and a firm granular texture. As in cheddar cheese, the curd is heated, cut and stirred before the cheese is molded and aged. Strong in flavour, its taste is described as somewhat like Parmesan, salty but with more bitter notes. It's light yellow in colour, has a fat content of 31%. Must be aged for at least 12 months, but 14 months is more common practice. That sounds banging.
I'll be honest, is this our version of talking about cake?
I mean, yeah.
Exactly. You can fuck off to the woke idiots talking about cake, or you can stick with the Chad cheese enjoyers. Okay?
Boland just came in there to a defence from Brooke, and there is no run.
True.
And then there is no run. Can I get Västerbottensost in the UK?
Oh, Lion's wearing 6'7" on his back. That meme needs to die.
Wow. You can get Västerbottensost in the UK, but it's £12.
For, what, all of it in the world?
No, just 12. It's £27.78 per kilo.
Ooh, that is spicy words. Oh, we've got a first no ball of the series.
Oh, looks like Mazda Majid's made his money back.
True. Salmon butt. I can smell you a mile away. Ew. Because his surname is Butt. You understand? Which is just a surname that exists in Pakistan.
Also in the UK.
But I mean, yeah, it exists everywhere, I suppose. But yeah.
Nicky Butt.
Yeah, Nicky Butt. Yeah, played for the Blues. I met Nicky
Played for
Butt.
United.
And England.
Yeah.
Good player.
Where are you looking? Are the first results on Google. Can't give a duck. It's the first thing so the very first result was from scandykitchen.co.uk, which had Vesterbotten sauce for £11. Free delivery on over £50. I am not buying £50 of Scandi cheese.
Oh, Stark hurt himself there? Diving for that? He certainly got up gingerly. Hopefully it's an ACL or something. What an awful thing to say, really. I hope that man's career is over. Yeah. Are you planning to stay for the full day of play? I'll be honest with you, I think I'm going to struggle.
It's looking difficult, isn't it?
It is. Because to be honest with you, I didn't sleep at the appropriate times to be able to allow for that. Like, if I'd woken up at midnight or something, but I didn't. Oh no! Almost a run out. Fuck's sake, Brooke, you absolute mug. What was he looking for the single for initially? And he would have been out, I think, had the throw hit, but eventually they get through for an overthrow. So technically, a single. That's all. Nothing more.
Oh, someone has recommended Googling a cheese which is served with live maggots in it.
Yeah, they're all kinds. I know he'd have been. Oh, he was well back, to be fair. But even so, there was never a single. Also, Harry Brook having 88 on his back. Can someone check, is that the year of his birth? I do hope so. Otherwise, he has some...
No, he's significantly younger than both of us.
Well, he's a Nazi then. That's the only other... Whenever you see 88 in someone's name, you have to think, were they born in 88? Or are they a Nazi? Those are your two options.
Being recommended Prestost cheese. Priest cheese is Swedish cheese.
Well, yeah, because they milk the priests, don't they?
Yeah. What kind of cheese is it?
From the tits of priests. We've been through this.
What kind of flavour, though?
Heavenly. Because it's a priest. Fucking kill me in Minecraft. See, look, I'm usually quite sardonic and, like, horrible, normally. But now I'm also tired.
Yeah.
So, like, there may be...
the combination.
There may be actionable threats against any Australian who starts taking wickets. Like, legally actionable threats of violence.
What's interesting is that people watching my stream will have watched me kind of fall from my position of sitting upright. I've just kind of slid down the chair as time has gone on.
Same. Oh my god. I'm not even on the camera properly. Fucking hell. I hadn't even noticed.
I'm almost slipping behind my tip goals, which I have not updated in like fucking 6 months, and they're just way over. I should have really updated before now, and I've been reminded to update it and just never did.
I'll be honest with you though, being on camera is the only reason that I'm probably still awake. I think just knowing that I'm on camera. So if
I have my heated blanket over me as well, which is nice.
Oh, I haven't got that. I've got warm blood in these veins. What was I going to say? Fuck. Yeah, if I turn the camera off, I'll be like, I'll just shut my eyes for 10 seconds. It'd be fine. 4 hours later, the stream's still going, and I've been snoring into the fucking microphone. Which, you know, it might be so. Like, you do get those fucking things. The I'm just sleeping streams. Who's watching that? Who's watching them?
Weirdos.
That's I wouldn't be. I couldn't sleep, knowing I was being watched. Like, it would keep me awake. I couldn't, yeah, I just wouldn't, it's not restful to me to be on camera. Look, it's fine, obviously I do it every day, you know, but when I'm in bed, that's me time. The world can fuck off. Yeah, 4 hours of snoring, but you missed 2 hype trains. True.
And 5 wickets.
And 5 wickets, yeah, certainly. Yeah, the runs have dried up a little bit, or at least the boundaries have. But I mean, look, it's the opening day of a series. 78 for 3. There, that's okay. I think both teams will be okay with their position, really.
TotallySwedish.com. Ooh. Dairy and Delhi.
That's in India. Delhi jokes. Come on now. It's nearly 4 in the morning.
And they have Västerbotten cheese for £12.50. So it's more expensive than Nordic Kitchen for the Västerbotten toast.
Fuck me. As if we're comparing Swedish cheese prices. Honestly, go and listen to TMS. Talk about fucking cake or whatever.
Look, I mean, it depends what the delivery price is. Is 450 grams like a lot of cheese?
Not massively, no. I don't. Yeah, it seems expensive, but it depends how much you want it. That's the market forces.
True. Someone.
Do you value? Yeah, do you value your £27 more than 40 something grams of cheese or whatever?
I mean, yeah, like someone become a Patreon member for £10 a month, and I can get myself a thing of Västerbotten cheese.
That's why I got those Mamdani t-shirts, because we were looking at like them. I was like, I asked nicely if an American who lives in New York or whatever could get me the copy of that paper and like send it to me in the post or whatever. And apparently they were going online for like fucking $50 a pop or whatever, because international people wanted them. So, and someone was like, oh, they're printing it on t-shirts, and sent me the link, and I was like, oh, I'd love to buy it, but it's, you know, I'm not going to fucking spend money on that. So people donated money specifically for me to buy Mamdani merch, which, you know, is a thing. Oh, Nathan Lyon, the king of the jungle. And already, second delivery, they're playing aggressive against him. Okay, gets a single. And without doing all that much, Pope on 36, Brook on 16. They're both in now.
Coming up to the 50 partnership?
Yeah, it's calmed down a little bit. Although, of course, you watch now, they take a wicket from this delivery. Or not.
I mean, the thing is that you know the Bulls just stopped doing stuff because they've brought Nathan Lyon on.
Well, exactly. If a spinner's bowling in the opening morning, the Bulls do fuck all. Hold down an end and let me rotate my seamers.
Which is why we shouldn't have lost 3 wickets. We should have lost 1 wicket. It should have been Zach Crawley.
Yeah, exactly. That's only half a wicket. That doesn't really count.
And to be fair, the Duckett one was an LBW. He just kind of missed. It wasn't like a shot in, a reckless shot or anything.
None of them got out, if that makes sense. Like there was no special delivery.
Zach Crawley got out.
Well, no, he got himself out. Like, yeah, I mean, look, they weren't gotten.
He wasn't put out. Okay, yeah.
None of the 3 deliveries really did all that much.
I must much appreciate Katie. Thank you. It's never expected, but always appreciated.
Like the Spanish Inquisition.
True. Something for a Swedish cheesequisition.
Jeez.
Terrible.
That's it's 4 in the morning. I will let you off. But if you try that shit on a normal stream, that's the end of our working relationship. Okay.
With the ructions.
Exactly. Oh, again, it's too close to be cut in, really, but they get a single.
It was too close to be cut online, and it turned in as well.
But without taking that many risks, 6 off the over. That's not holding down an end, Nathan.
Well, that's the thing that Pope was always at 4 to do, right? Was to just rotate the strike forever.
Yep.
I mean, this is like his runnable hundreds came mostly from singles.
Well, you can do that. You don't have to hit fucking massive boundaries to score quickly.
Because especially if you have Brook or Duckett at the other end, they spread the field, right? It's easy singles for days.
Zach Crawley is going to be a future Tory Lord. You wait and see. Yeah, possibly.
Oh my god.
Very possibly.
It's so true.
That's why you should never have... Well, not that he was... Zach Crawley is not a hero to anyone, except maybe himself. But don't have heroes, kids, because they will end up being Tories. Or even worse. I know a lot of, cool people in the 80s thought Morrissey was awesome.
That's true. I mean, if you say around if in London, I can just find a Scandinavian cheese shop. I mean, if that, I mean, I'm in London every week. It's not exactly difficult for me to go to TCR or Victoria to be able to check out the Scandi cheeses. I will peruse the cheese selection next time I'm down, and I will pick myself up some Västerbottensost.
To partake of some cheesy comestibles. That's a Monty Python reference. I'm very sensible. Have you seen the cheese shop bit? Helena.
Pardon, sorry?
Have you seen the cheese shop skit? From,
oh yeah, absolutely. It's not much call for cheddar around here.
It's the most popular cheese in the world. Oh, the cat's just run off with it.
Oh, I haven't seen it.
Norwegian Jarlsberg.
Venezuelan beaver cheese.
Oh, again, love. You've got to say, every time they've overpitched, they've been punished.
You literally cannot put it in a bad area at all against this team, which is, to be fair, is
driven down the ground yet again. We've seen,
which is why you don't need to play like Brook and just you don't need to be like Brook and slash at everything to be able to score runs quickly, because they'll just bowl. Just keep over pitching it, and you'll be able to just cream runs off them.
Who'd have thought it? You can play. There you go. There's another one clipped off the hip there for at least 2. Who'd have thought you can play Test match cricket and score runs with a straight bat? Good God.
How long have you been to Lords? I've not. No, the only cricket matches I've been to were at Edgbaston and the Oval.
You've not been to Trent Bridge?
I've not been to Trent Bridge since I've been in home.
How long you don't need to tell me the private information if you don't wish to, but how long have you been?
5 years. I moved in 2020.
Oh well, you really should have been to Trent Bridge by now. It's
I never went to Old Trafford when I was in Manchester either.
Scandalous behaviour.
In fact, I went to the Oval when I was in Manchester, and I went to Edgbaston when I was in Nottingham.
You are a silly sausage.
Yeah.
Wayne Gretzky is now MAGA. What, the Canadian hockey player, or ex-hockey player, is a MAGA. So what? What, so he wants his country
annex
to be...
me harder, Daddy.
Yeah, so he wants to be America's little bitch. 51st state.
Just reform your case, boys.
Yeah, that's true. And honestly, is that... Oh, he's giving him.
That was sliding down.
That
surely.
I'd be very surprised if this was going to hit the stump. It hit him on the ankle, didn't it?
I thought it was on the toe.
Was it? I don't know. My vision's blurry. They're having a look, but he doesn't look convinced.
Of course, we'll have a look.
Harry Brook was born in 1999. So he's number 88 because he likes the number. Yeah, so he's a Nazi then, okay. That's got to be going down leg side. Surely. Look at the angle.
It's going to be clipping, isn't it? It's going to be really miserable. Clearly God wasn't on his side for this one.
True.
He was on a stride forward as well.
Oh, yeah, clipping. Well,
It's more this.
it's umpire's call, so they keep the review, I guess, but still.
By the way, have you seen that? I've just seen from GB News, they're saying that the guy who tried to kill Donald Trump is left wing because he looked at muscular women on the internet.
That's incredible. How is that not going down leg side? That's mental. Well, Pope's out for 46. See, this was my fear with England, is that their batting lineup is fragile. Like, when it comes off for them, it can be awesome, but like, you never fancy any of them to go on and make really big scores.
No, true. But again, it was just another LBW that just kind of happened, you know?
Yeah, it didn't really do that much. I want to know what the fuck that person in the advert was saying. You can't see chat, so it doesn't really. It's completely silly, but we're listening to. Well, we're not listening to it. Is the point? So I have no idea what she was saying, but it was very animated. So is Australia losing because I don't understand cricket? No. Then no. It's not a game where you're losing necessarily. Because it could end up being that 94 for 4 is a good start. If the other team end up, 70 for 5 or something.
Is there any way to give you 12 quid? Unfortunately not, no, because I'm banned from PayPal. I mean, I could do a Monzo link, but I'd rather not, because it's not private.
You can give me 12 quid and I won't spend it on Swedish cheese. I will spend it on black tar heroin. It's not even out of context. It's just a lie.
Sorry, it's sort of Finster talking about starting a trans healthcare plan. So I was like, is it privately funded or do you dilute it out the taxpayers? Privately funded through getting railed on camera. Sweet.
Nice. Yeah, someone said they'd started a thing called Allison or something. Someone was telling me about it yesterday, but I'll be honest with you, I wasn't really focused. I was very hungover. Finster might be the best of the Brummies.
True. Like at the top there's Finster, at the bottom there's the chainsaw landlord guy.
Well, which is ironic given that she's a bottom.
True.
Ew. I'm not even sure the landlord guy is the worst now. Surely it has to be one of the council.
Yeah, literally the scab employers at the council.
Although interestingly, there are a couple of the depots, because what they've been doing is using agency staff, essentially as scab labour, and on a couple of the sites, the scab labourers unionised.
Yeah, I did see that. And they're also going on strike now.
Yeah.
Under conditions.
Yeah, because they were being bullied by the fucking management. So you're so shit that you've lost 2 workforces. How? How are you that dreadful?
Did you remember? Did you stay up in like 2010
Yes,
to watch the Ashes in Australia?
I did. It was amazing.
Do you remember? You remember the immediately the very first ball we watched is fucking Strauss getting out in the fucking slips.
True. Very much.
To be fair, that was an epic test match, right? You had the Peter Siddle hat trick, and then you had the 517 for 1 in the last innings.
Yeah, was it Marcus North was the leading wicket taker in that innings or whatever? Yeah. I mean, not even a part timer, really. What the fuck is that's not cricket? It's a 2020 shot.
Baseball.
Yeah, that. For fuck's sake, Brooke. I mean, again, he's still there, so you're gonna say fair play, but. Like, you do realise the score, right? Situational awareness is a thing.
No, ball must go boundary.
Yeah, just that's actually the problem with baseball, is it is a bit one mind, you know, it's myopic or whatever. They don't have a second gear or a second option. When there are times in a game where just fucking stay there. Just block it out.
If in doubt.
Indeed. Also, I haven't checked in ages. Is anyone watching? I will just quickly go onto my Twitch and find out if literally anybody is watching this.
I still inexplicably have people in my chat. 20 people are watching me just browse my phone and watch cricket that they are, I believe, aren't watching.
I have 7 on Twitch. Hello. And on the YouTubes, it's usually slightly more, but I mean, if anyone's watching, more fool you. 41 people are watching me. Why?
Incredible scenes.
Why?
Cricket fans, clearly.
Go to bed, unless you're in America, Australia, in which case, go to work, you lazy cunts. Actually, no, it's a weekend, I suppose. I'll let you off. Actually, no, it isn't. It's Friday, isn't it? In Australia? Oh, it's Friday here. Oh, I'm fucking delirious. I don't know what day of the week it is. Okay, second over from Nathan Lyon, single off the first delivery. Hi there, mate. Go Oz. No, not Go Oz. No. Bad Ozzy. The one we get the spray bottle on you. For women, Scotland wins public campaign or campaigner of the year. What, the TERFs? For women, Scotland wins the public campaign or campaigner of the year at the Herald Scottish Politician of the Year Awards.
What's it winning? Like the Sun's best.
In association with Scottish Power. There you go.
Yeah, the Heralds are like the biggest fucking right wing rag. Yeah. They're awful.
Nudged away for another single. Again, easy. Just milking him for singles.
What do you think we're going to get all out for?
200.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. Maybe less. Maybe this is like a 180 or something.
Maybe, but that might not be a dreadful score in all honesty. Especially because, Australia got a bat last.
I mean, it does seem like a dreadful score to me, but like, okay, we'll go with it. I mean, because again, like, if I had confidence that we had a bowling attack that could take 20 wickets, then yeah, but I don't feel confident in this because Mark Wood can only bowl like 5 overs before he's tired.
Oh,
Or Diddums.
Oh, tired. Oh.
Yeah, Bryden Cast is
dog shit.
Yeah, Joffre Archer has just not been on particularly good form.
And
in recent years
is made out of like matchsticks glued together that can snap at any moment.
He's like fucking balsa wood. And Gus Atkinson is good. That's it. We have 1.5 good bowlers. So we have Gus Atkinson and then Mark Wood when he's not tired.
But thankfully we've got a spinner. Oh no, we haven't.
We've got Joe Root.
We've got 5 for 8 in the right conditions. Joe Root. From 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh well. And we've got Ben Stokes, who probably won't bowl very much, if at all.
Yeah, it feels weird to run 4 seam bowlers and then also have a 5th seam bowler.
Oh, there you go. They're not gonna die
wondering.
Again, he's playing baseball and he's just hit a 4. Which is
well,
not...
to be fair, that was a proper shot.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Look how far outside his leg stump he's standing.
I mean, he was, but the actual motion of the shot wasn't a slug or anything. It was not up. It was a lofted drive.
Right, but look, if you're doing a fucking pas de deux and then playing a shot, that is not orthodox cricket.
True.
And the 3 figures is up. 102 for the loss of the 4 wickets.
Done again.
Jesus Christ. And this time it's inside edged for 1. Yeah. Give West Indies back Archer. Well, and of course the aforementioned Jason Bethel.
Give New Zealand back Ben Stokes.
Yeah.
Give South Africa back Bryden Cast.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I don't think they're taking him.
Give New Zimbabwe back Sam Curran. Give South Africa back Jonathan Trott and Kevin Peterson. And give Ireland back Owen Morgan.
And Andrew Strauss.
Andrew Strauss. Craig Kieswetter. It's not the person who's South African who played for England.
True. And there were loads going back, but that was mainly because apartheid.
The Colpack deal.
He tried to leave that ball, and it hit his bat, and it's fine.
Was Darren Pattinson born in? Darren Pattinson born in Australia.
He's Australian. His brother played for Australia, didn't he?
Yeah, James Pattinson.
Yeah. It was suggested that he was only selected for England so that he'd be ruled out as an option for Australia.
Literally. So it was an injury replacement. They didn't want to put someone in who performed well and then made their selection difficult. So they're going to put any old fucker.
Yeah.
Remember that Windies team that he was in the team against, right? Like that. What the fuck happened to West Indies cricket? Like that team was great. That team was real good, and I had Chandimal, I had Ramnawesh Sarwan as well.
Yeah. Had some really good players. Yeah.
Fidel Edwards,
Tino,
Jerome Taylor.
Actually, no, that was after Tino Best, wasn't it? Yeah.
Well, I think Tino Best was still playing in domestic cricket, but he was never getting picked at.
No. I mean, my fate. Oh God. I went to see Warwickshire B team. No, Warwickshire Select 11 versus the West Indies B team, and it was one of those ones where they're playing on one of the real outside pitches. So one of the sides of the ground was so short, it was ridiculous, and the rope was like halfway across the pitch basically on the other side, and Tino Best decided to try and bounce people out on the greenest pitch you've ever seen and was getting battered into the stands. And there was a West Indian guy who, I swear to God, was the drunkest I've ever seen anyone, and it was only about 1 p.m. Like, he had bottles of rum with him, and he was going, "Fix up, Tino!" Like, screaming at him in a ground that had about 200 people in it.
Well, didn't Tino Best have like the highest score for number 11 for like ages?
Very possibly, but he also couldn't bowl very well. Although he did have a cool name. Tino Best is a good name.
It is, it is.
And as we've got a political show, or we do politics, it would be remiss of us not to mention the fact that names like Ramnaresh Sarwan and Shivnarine Chandapal exist because of Britain's colonial slavery past.
Yep.
The reason that there are Indian-sounding people in Guyana is because we took Indians there.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing is that people talk about, multiculturalism will never work. And it's like, you look at fucking Trinidad and Tobago, that shit's been like half Desi, half, African, or African Caribbean, for fucking the entirety of its existence as an entity, as a state, right? Like, and it's a really kind of wonderful kind of multicultural society.
And there is the lunch break. We had a rip-roaring 23 overs in that session. Just 7 short. Good stuff.
We're looking forward to the points getting docked for the World Test Championship.
Ooh.
For slow over rate.
105 for 4, which is about 5 and over. Nearly 4 and a bit and over. Crawley out for fuck all. Duckett out for 21. Pope out for 46. Root out for a duck as well. Brock there on 26 and Stokes on 4.
Well, that was shit.
It was okay. Look, considering how bad it was 4 years ago, that is reasonable by comparison.
I guess we'll take it. Actually, I think I have to go to sleep.
I'm going to end the stream. I won't be going to sleep, but I will be watching the rest of the
No worries.
Yes.
Katie, I'll answer your question about Rachel Reeves tomorrow.
Fair
as always, please go and subscribe. Please subscribe.
Yeah. I'm not going to bother raiding out because I can't be bothered to exist anymore.
Yeah, I'm going to send all 15 people watching my stream. No, I can't be asked for that shit, so I will not be raiding. But everyone go and follow KF Logan 1875, please.
Bye. Everyone go and follow No Justice MT.